Good morning, everyone. This is Ashley.
We are echoing.
We're going to start in about 5 minutes. We're waiting for Member Miller to be here. And then we'll start.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience while we waited for our board members to get here. There was a lot of traffic. I can attest to that. So I appreciate everybody taking a moment. We're going to go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you could all please stand. I pledge allegiance
Flag of the United States, America,
to the republic for which it
stands
nation.
one under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you all so much. Ashley, hold on just a second. We could do roll call first. Ashley, can we do roll call first? And then I'll go through some housekeeping items.
President Monteith,
Here.
Vice President Close,
Here.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Here.
Miss Barr,
Here.
Dr. Crockett,
Here.
Miss Foster,
Here.
Miss Jones,
Here.
Mr. Ruiz,
Here.
Mr. Snyder,
Here.
Mr. Stratton,
Here.
Mr. Swanson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Wonderful. All right. Just a couple housekeeping items before we get started. For board members that are in person, there are microphones directly in front of you. When they are red, the mic is not live. Please click on the mic when you would like to speak. The mic will turn green and then you can say what you need to say. Once you are done speaking, please push the mic again so that it turns red. For board members participating via Zoom, please stay on mute. If you would like to speak, please push the hand icon to indicate you would like to speak. This will help me know that you have something to say, and Dan or I will make sure that we call on you. For charters or applicants on the agenda that are participating via Zoom, please stay muted until your item is called. Once your item is called, board staff will introduce the item, and then I will call on you to address the board. At that time, you may unmute yourselves. And finally, for charters or applicants on the agenda participating in person, once your item is called, board staff will provide a brief introduction and answer any questions board members may have for staff. Then I will request that representatives from the charter come up to the podium to address the board. Just a friendly reminder, when you come up to the podium, please make sure that the mic is green when you get ready to speak. If not, don't worry, someone will remind you. Okay? All right. And on to we already did the roll call, so on to our next agenda item with Superintendent Designee Miller. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. How are we all doing? As part of the fiscal year 2026 budget, the legislature allocated $100,000 to the Department of Education to conduct a comprehensive study on teacher retention in Arizona public schools, including charter schools. The good news, the attrition rates have declined slightly over the past year. The bad news is that still includes 8,046 teachers who left the profession in 2025 and 4,242 vacancies in teaching positions across the state. I know as a school admin, I really feel this. The majority of loss comes from teachers that have been in the profession for 4 years or less. Whenever these dismal numbers are analyzed, there is inevitably a loud narrative surrounding the need to raise teacher pay and public education funding overall, as should be expected. Having to organize and expend so many resources to fight year after year for crumbs to piece together our budgets is messy. It would have been hard to conceptualize when Prop 123 was explicitly intended to be temporary 10 years ago, that we would still be fighting for it, and that we would not have found a more sustainable way to approach these urgent needs and shortfalls for our state's children and educators. Having said that, it isn't the whole picture here, but it is so bad, it often limits the discussion that surrounds the other metrics meriting attention in teacher attrition and some of the other driving forces behind new teachers who came in with passion and ambition, but are leaving classrooms within only 4 years. Frankly, they knew going in, this wasn't going to be about the money. So how do we make it worth it to stay regardless? How do we feed their passion and increase the value of these critical positions despite being starved financially? My thoughts: there must be a true community fostered for faculty as well as for families and students. This sounds common sense, but takes diligence. Teachers must be an active part of the school's mission, driving it forward, not an observer or an accessory. We must ensure a myriad of mentorship, partnerships, and opportunities, and a direct path to leadership, both to the current leadership for support and leadership, mentorship, but also to grow the future leaders, setting these overt and explicit professional goals for our talented teachers. Teacher empowerment has always been a key pillar to our success at Challenge and all schools, and the only way to ensure resources, goals, and the daily actions on campus are truthfully aligned to the direct needs in the classroom, not just to the vision of those who are not serving with the kids each day. Thank you to Arizona teachers for the hard work that you do. Policymakers, thank you for considering how we elevate our Arizona education system and workers, all of them, with proper funding and support. And then with all due respect, please get out of the way, because unfunded mandates lead to processes and paperwork that make burned out teachers question their impact and drift away from their passion. Thank you. That concludes the report.
Thank you so much. And on to agenda item E, Executive Director's Report with Ashley.
Good morning, President Montiers, Vice President Close, Superintendent Designee Miller, and members. I'd like to provide you with an update on contract approvals I've approved under my authority and school visits completed since our meeting in March. I've approved 17 amendments. These amendments are more technical in nature and involve updates to charter holder contracts, such as changes to instructional days or school governance. Additionally, board staff completed 17 interval reviews, 2 renewal reviews, and there were 24 on-site visits completed, which included standard pop-in visits and specialized accountability visits. Then moving on to update on board legal actions, I will provide a brief status update on current enforcement and consent agreement matters. First, regarding Primavera Virtual Academy, a written status update is due to the Office of Administrative Hearings on or before April 20th, 2026. Additionally, Primavera will be discussed in more detail under a later agenda item on today's agenda. Moving to consent agreements, there are no issues to report at this time, but board staff continues to work to finalize agreements with Desert Star Community School and Strength Building Partners. Both agreements for Franklin Phonetic Primary School have been executed. And then moving on to our legislative update, I'm going to hand that over to Cassie.
Good morning, President Montier, Superintendent Designee Miller, and members of the board. With rare exception, committee hearings are now finished. Any bill that did not make it through the entire legislative process in its house of origin and at least make it through the gauntlet of its assigned committees in the second house is now dead, which is a term that is always used loosely. The legislature is currently moving a large number of bills in a flurry through floor hearings to queue them up for passage after the budget line items are determined. The reason that the budget must be finalized before most bills are passed is because many bills are dependent on funding from the budget. And after the big picture budget items are decided, the legislature must then determine which legislative proposals to fund with any remaining monies. Most of the legislature's current work is being done behind the scenes as leadership in the House and the Senate negotiate the big picture budget items with the governor's office. After the budget is negotiated, we will start to see bills moving through the process again in an often quick push through the end of session. In addition to bills moving, John Snyder's executive nomination confirmation has been moving through the Senate. He had his hearing on March 25th in the Senate Education Committee, and we do not expect any issues as he continues through the process with his confirmation in the Senate. As a good number of bills did not make it through the committee gauntlet, I wanted to give an overview of the higher profile legislation that is still moving forward through the legislative process. And we'll start with Senate bills. Senate Bill 1315, which is Public Schools Interoperable Communications Requirements, sponsored by Senator Payne, requires each school district and charter school to establish and maintain interoperable communications capabilities that include specified mechanisms to notify and communicate with local law enforcement agencies during a school emergency. It outlines reporting requirements for public schools and ADE relating to the requirement to maintain interoperable communications capabilities. SB 1684, School Liability, Bullying, and Serious Injury, sponsored by Senator Bollock, grants a cause of action against a public school to a student or student's parent for damages caused by the school's failure to address a threat to the student's safety if the student suffers serious physical injury as a result of bullying or the school receives a prior report that another student committed an act of bullying against the injured student, and the school negligently failed to address the suspected act of bullying. Allows a court to award reasonable attorney fees, expenses, and damages to any claimant who prevails in an action brought. SB 1754, sponsored by Senator Fincham, is ADE, Special Education Parent Complaints. Allows a division of special education within ADE to assist individuals who file a complaint alleging that a school district or charter school has violated federal or state law relating to children with disabilities. It requires ADE to adopt policies and procedures for complaints filed with the division, as outlined in post all state complaint investigative reports on ADE's website. Now on to higher profile House bills. House Bill 2032, statewide assessment testing window revisions, sponsored by Representative Fink, delays the date by which a local education agency must receive statewide assessment test scores and data to May 26th. Prohibits the statewide assessment testing window for students in grades 3 through 8 from beginning before the 4th week of April during the school year, and removes the authority for ADE to adjust the testing window for the statewide assessment. House Bill 2409, which is Artificial Intelligence Statewide Education Program, sponsored by Representative Colladin, establishes the Arizona Artificial Intelligence Program in ADE to offer an artificial intelligence education course each summer to Arizona residents throughout the state. It outlines administrative requirements for the program, including requirements on the Office of Economic Opportunity to develop curriculum for the AI course as specified. And this legislation is designated as the Getting Arizona Ready for AI Act. House Bill 4034, which is CTED's ADM apportionment and responsibilities, sponsored by Representative Gress, modifies statute relating to career technical education districts, including capital plan, intergovernmental agreements, or written contracts, average daily membership apportionment, and satellite campus programs or course approval requirements. House Concurrent Resolution 2040, School Districts, Labor Organizations, Resources, sponsored by Representative Gress. This one is subject to voter approval, and it constitutionally prohibits a school district from using public monies and resources to support a labor organization's operations. It prohibits a school district or charter school teacher from striking or engaging in an organized work stoppage beginning January 1st, 2028. I'm available if you have any questions.
Board members, any questions? Doesn't look like it. Thank you so much, Cassie.
And then Dana can go to the next slide. We'll do the Student Advisory Council update.
Good morning, President Monteith, Vice President Close, and board members. I'm Shreya Raman, and I'm currently serving on my second year as a member of the ASBCS Student Advisory Council. Today, I would like to provide a brief update on what myself and my fellow council members have been working on. We're excited to share that we'll be hosting a joint student convening with the Arizona State Board of Education on April 19th from 3:30 to 5:30 p.m. This event is open to all Arizona high school students and will focus on topics that are directly relevant to students today, including creating core values in teens, navigating FAFSA, the Seal for Civics Literacy, and more. Students can find registration details on the board's websites. Looking ahead, we will soon open applications for the 2026 to 2027 Student Advisory Council cohort. Interested students are encouraged to sign up for the interest list, which is available on our website under current initiatives, to be notified as soon as the application is released. Finally, as our current Student Advisory Council cohort prepares to conclude their term in May, they have been working on a social media campaign designed to provide helpful tips and guidance for charter school students and families. We look forward to sharing that work more broadly in the coming weeks. Thank you, and our advisor, Alyssa McDonald, is happy to answer any questions.
Board members, any questions for Alyssa? All right. Thank you very much.
And that's all I have to report.
Wonderful. All right. We are going to move forward to agenda item F, call to the public. We do not have any written public comment, but we do have 2 requests to speak. First to speak will be Courtney Saunders, followed by Sarah Best. I hope I said your name correctly. So Courtney, come on up, please.
Hi, my name is Courtney Saunders, and I'm the parent of a second grader at Phoenix Modern, and I wanted to share a little bit about our journey. We first started out at a very popular public school, and we quickly learned that it was more centered around one type of learner. And if your kid was outside that box, the main goal seemed to be, what can we do to get your kid to fit back in that box? We spent the whole year having to ask for understanding or connection, and it just wasn't there. So we woke up and realized our kid is special, unique, different, and we want a school that supports that. We went on to explore many schools to see if we could find one that felt like a fit for him. And we were pretty surprised to find that a lot of other schools really still had a box, maybe a different kind of box, but they still wanted the kids to fit into this box or that box. And we really wanted an environment that included all types of learners, that was diverse in every way possible, just like our world is. And we couldn't find it. We were getting really discouraged. And on a whim, I went to Phoenix Modern and took a tour. And the way I felt when we walked in was home. I cried that first time because it felt so different than anything we had seen before, and we'd pretty much seen everything. When I spoke to the people who work there, it felt like a love and care and appreciation for what my child could do and a confidence in what he could achieve going forward. He's been there for the last 2 years, and they have completely nurtured him, supported him on his own personal path at his own pace. My super shy, very nervous, reluctant to change kid planted his roots, and he has flourished in ways I couldn't have seen coming. He's loved and accepted for his differences and encouraged to thrive in his own way. Every day, it actually feels like home for him. He runs into school happily, and he's never done that before. I'm convinced there isn't another school like Phoenix Modern. We haven't found anything like it anywhere else. It feels like home. It feels like family. And so I'm here today to do anything I can to support it continuing to be that for our family and to share how vital it is that he still has this home to come to every day. We are asking the board to approve the title transfer to Valley Learning Foundation of Arizona so my son and many others can experience just how special this school is. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Miss Best?
Hello, my name is Sarah Bestie, and I am also the mother of a second grader at Phoenix Modern. My son has autism and ADHD, and he had been told to repeat kindergarten by his preschool teachers, who said he was not ready developmentally or academically for first grade. So we started at our local public school, which was huge, crowded, and very chaotic. He wasn't learning from worksheets, and he couldn't sit in a desk all day due to his sensory issues. He spent most of the days lost and confused and would come home completely dysregulated and overstimulated. We transferred to Phoenix Modern only 3 months into the school year after hearing rave reviews from other parents at a birthday party. I had never heard so many parents so proactively vocal about any school, so I figured we better check it out. And we made the switch right away. He joined a K-1 blended classroom as a repeat kindergartner. However, by the end of that academic year, he had actually graduated first grade, rejoining the level he should have been at all along. This never would have happened at the large, crowded public school where he wasn't able to get the individual attention or emotional support that he needed. Now, he loves going to school. For an autistic child who struggles socially and academically, to be excited to go to school every day says a lot about how safe and nurturing the school is. Our son is also adopted from West Africa. He is an 8-year-old who has started to more fully understand and explore these identities the past year, recognizing differences in peers that are not adopted or not Black. Early this year, he was feeling alone and different, which I shared with his teacher. Not long after that, his class read books about adoption and the various ways that families are built. And then they did show and tell to learn about each other's cultures. The school's diversity allows students to have proximity to classmates of different backgrounds, which is so critical at this age. The school does such a great job of promoting inclusivity and diversity. And rather than feeling othered for his background, he has been so supported and celebrated for all of his uniqueness. And likewise, he has grown in his ability to celebrate the uniqueness of his classmates. This focus on the social and emotional learning is something that really sets Phoenix Modern apart. As much as they want children to learn math and reading, they also want them to be able to resolve conflicts, self-regulate, promote kindness, and use effective communication. There is no place like this school, and it has been life-changing for our child. The intentional, thoughtful approach to learning, which is integrative, play-based, and creative, makes going to school really fun for children. The community that they've built amongst the families and the focus on social and emotional learning promotes kind, compassionate ecosystem for those young, impressionable children. And it has allowed my son to return to his grade level instead of being held back. It's instilled in him confidence to try out new clubs and activities and provided a safe place where he feels supported and loved for who he is. And I can't imagine another school being able to do all those things so exquisitely. So as parents, we're asking for you to approve the charter transfer to VLFA today so that more children can experience the caring, learning environment that my son has been able to. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on to agenda item G, consent agenda.
Madam President, I'm going to recuse myself from the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Member Barr has to recuse herself. Do we have a motion? Oh, sorry.
We need to add a reason for the
Oh.
recusal.
Was that conflict of interest?
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, now that that's done, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, everyone except Ms. Barr. Do we have a second?
Second.
Wonderful. Can we get a roll call, please, Ashley?
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Monteith.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Wonderful. Moving on to agenda item H. Compliance matters. First one we have is Liberty Traditional School, presentation by Ashley.
President Monteith, Vice President Close, Superintendent Designee Miller, and board members, today you are receiving information on the charters that received F letter grades for FY 2025. Under Arizona law, the Arizona Department of Education, with approval from the State Board of Education, assigns annual A through F letter grades to public schools based on the state accountability system. This system measures student academic growth, proficiency in English language arts, math and science, progress of English language learners, college and career readiness indicators, and graduation rates. State law requires the State Board for Charter Schools to take action when a school receives an F, either to restore the school to acceptable performance through a consent agreement or to revoke the charter. The board materials include the proposed consent agreement and addendum. Board staff reviewed the final FY 2025 letter grade data and confirmed compliance with submission requirements for all applicable charter holders under state law. For FY 2025, 3 charter schools currently operating in FY 2026 were assigned an F letter grade. As to the Kelly School, which is operated by Edkey, the charter contract has been surrendered effective June 30th, 2026. Services offered by Kelly have transitioned into programs within the other Edkey operated schools. As to Imagine Cortez Park Elementary, the board has been informed that the charter contract may be surrendered. Details will be addressed under agenda item I3. And as to Liberty Traditional Charter School Saddleback, additional information is provided in the charter holder profile and specialized accountability report for this agenda item. For this agenda item, the board is asked to consider disciplinary action only for Liberty Traditional Charter School Saddleback, operated by Liberty Traditional Charter School, Inc. With that, I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions from board members? Okay, if there are no questions, do we have a representative from the charter?
Hello, yes, you do.
Hi,
Hi.
welcome.
Thank you. Hi, President Monteith, Vice President Close, and board members. My name is Jackie Trujillo. I'm the superintendent, and we have our team with us. We have the charter director, Raina Janes. We have our chief operations officer, William Rubash, our assistant superintendent, Chris Johnson, and our chief officer of leadership and learning, Kevin Carney. And we're here to answer any questions you guys may have.
Wonderful. Thank you. Board members, do we have any questions for Liberty? Okay.
President Montier, board members, representatives from the school, thank you for being here. I do have a couple questions. So it looks like the drop in letter grade was from an A to an F, correct?
Correct.
And there was a 53% drop in the math
Correct.
percentage. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah. Want me to? Yeah, so either one.
Good morning. We were an A for 7 years. And when we had Ildi Lasko-Kerr look at our data over the last 3 years, what we noticed was in pockets of different grade levels, especially in math, we were seeing a reduction in growth while our ELA proficiency remained consistent. And that drop in growth, according to Ildi, led to the perfect storm for this year, going from an A to an F, which hit us in math growth.
Okay, thank you. Can I, one quick follow-up with that? So
Absolutely.
were there specific changes or something that happened with math that made that drastic drop? I know you said growth, but when you say growth, is it in curriculum changes? Is it in
We didn't
students enrolled or combination?
We didn't necessarily have changes, but what we did is we did miss the fact that we had 0% in growth happening from third grade over the past 3 years. So while our students were testing well and our proficiency was looking good, we were missing these, like Chris said, these pockets that slowly started to catch up with us, and we weren't realizing it, that although we had the letter grade A, and although we had some areas with really strong proficiency, we didn't realize that there were areas that were having zero growth over the past 3 years. We did make some changes at the school, so that testing year we did move like a fifth grade class. We have one class per grade level at the school. We did do a couple changes, like that was the year we had moved our fifth grade up into the junior high rotation.
Correct.
So there were a couple things that were changed, but like she said, when we did use ILDI to do a full analysis of looking at the data and what did happen, because it was so significant and it was such a shock to us, it was just a almost that, like she said, that perfect storm of a lot of little things building up and just all added into that significant drop. So we did still have some good proficiency, even though they scored the letter grade F, but it just was where all of those pockets of non-growth caught up to us all within that one single year.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you answering the question.
Board members. Oh, yes, Member Barr.
Sort of a follow up to that. Two questions. One, what sort of testing do you do throughout the year? Do you use Galileo, one of the other programs? I'm not a math teacher, so that's the only one I know offhand. And then, now we have this result, we have this data. What's the plan going forward in the future to address this?
Would you like me to speak to that, Jackie?
Go ahead, Kevin. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Karn, the Chief Officer of Leadership and Learning. Well, several things to that. In terms, we operate in both with both formative assessments, 5-question quiz in both math and ELA after the teaching of every standard. And then we have a summative assessment where we quarterly test the standards on what's called a benchmark testing. We use Performance Matters for that. In addition to that, we have implemented several things this year that we think will get us back, not only back on track, but get us back to the A level that we've been used to in the past. For one, the principal is now doing daily classroom visits for 15 minutes. They're focused specifically on instruction, classroom management, and student engagement. We also instituted a targeted tutoring program at the school based upon assessments from both the common and formative assessments and the benchmark results. This is not traditional tutoring. You might say, hey, come in for some homework help. It's targeted to say, hey, if you haven't mastered the standard, we need to see you in so that we can continue to give you some additional instructions so that we can get you to mastery levels. In addition to that, we've incorporated a reteach and enrich section 4 days a week at the school that is, again, based upon formative and benchmarks, so that if students are showing mastery, that we're giving them enrichment based upon that particular standard. And if they're not showing mastery, we're giving additional instruction to try to get students to mastery. In addition to that, we have strengthened our Tier 1 practices in both classroom management and instruction with a variety of trainings, including the implementation of the essential elements of instruction and basic classroom management practices. And then further, we attended a solution tree PLC conference, Professional Learning Communities Conference, and we are working to strengthen the PLCs at that school and all of our schools. And we're looking forward to not only the results this spring, but we're encouraged by the results that we've seen as we examine benchmark assessments throughout our organization of our 8 brick and mortars and our 1 online school. One of the things we're encouraged by is that this particular school is continuing to be at the top in terms of their performance on our benchmark assessments. And so we believe these things will put us on the right track so that we won't be back here again facing the same situation. And equally important, and in fact more important, so that the students in the community are receiving the type of education that their students not only need but deserve as well.
Thank you.
I have a quick question, just a curiosity question. If I understand correctly, 5th grade moved up to junior high during the year that your letter grade was received. So can you give me just a little bit of background as to why it was that change was made? And is that something that you have continued to do, or did 5th grade go back into the elementary?
Thanks, Chris, again. So the reason that 5th grade went up was for the 6th, 7th, and 8th, again, they had just 1 grade level, and there was 1 teacher teaching both science and social studies. So the principal felt that they weren't getting enough science and social studies throughout the week based on having 1 teacher splitting that time. And so they determined that if 5th grade moved up, then they would have 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th with 4 teachers rotating, and that students would have science and social studies every day. And so they moved them up. And then what they've determined based on the letter grade that happened this year, they're moving them back as of next year. They'll be self-contained again. And then 6th, 7th, and 8th, we have figured out how to add an additional staff member so that there's still 4 teachers with those 3 grade levels. We're going to add an additional 6th grade class instead, or 7th or 8th, depending upon enrollment, and still have the 4 teachers and have them be able to rotate and get the science and social studies without having the 5th graders be up there.
All right. Thank you for that. Member Jones, do you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry. She made eye contact with me. We don't do that. So just to be clear, 5th grade is still with junior high as of this year and will move back to elementary school next school year.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure we were all clear. Any other questions from the board? Okay. If we don't have any other questions, do we have a motion?
Make sure I'm reading Liberty Traditional, right? I move to find that due to 1 or more schools operated by Liberty Traditional Charter School, Inc., having been assigned an F letter grade for fiscal year 2025, there is a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regard to actions taken against a charter holder that is assigned an F letter grade in an effort to restore the failing schools to acceptable performance. The board moves to enter into a consent agreement that includes the same terms and provisions as the letter grade consent agreement adopted by the board at its December 2024 board meeting. If Liberty Traditional Charter School, Inc., hereinafter referred to as the charter holder, chooses not to accept the terms of the letter grade consent agreement or an executed copy of the consent agreement along with the governing board minutes approving the consent agreement are not received by board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's charter contract for the reasons already specified.
We have a very long motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. That'd be Member Ruiz. And Ashley, can we get a roll call, please?
Vice President Close.
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller.
Aye.
Ms. Barr.
Aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Ms. Foster.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Snyder.
Aye.
Mr. Stratton.
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
Aye.
President Monteith.
Aye. Congratulations. We're looking forward to see all of the great things that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and moving on to agenda item H2, and this is also a presentation by Ashley.
Under the board's financial framework, staff annually assigns each charter holder a summative financial performance rating of either good standing, adequate standing, or intervention. A charter holder with one or more measures rated below standard is assigned an intervention rating. A charter holder that receives an intervention rating for 2 or more consecutive years is placed on probation and does not meet the board's financial performance expectations. Staff assigns each on probation charter holder a probation risk level using the 2 most recent audits and the criteria set forth in the board's rules. The board has established 3 probation risk levels: probation risk level 1, which represents the highest risk, probation risk level 2, and probation risk level 3. Under the board's rules, a charter holder assigned to probation risk level 1 is subject to a consent agreement with the board, charter revocation proceedings, or, if applicable, denial of renewal. New Learning Ventures, Inc. has been placed on the April agenda after having been assigned to probation risk level 1 under the financial framework. The charter holder operates one school, Phoenix Modern, serving grades K-8 in Phoenix. For fiscal years 2024 and 2025, one or more of the financial framework's measures received a below standard rating, resulting in the charter holder being assigned an intervention rating each year. For fiscal year 2024, 4 measures received a below standard, and for fiscal year 2025, 5 measures received a below standard. Using the criteria identified in the board's administrative rules, staff assigned the charter holder to probation risk level 1 under 2 scenarios. First, the charter holder received a below standard rating on the going concern measure for 2 consecutive fiscal years. The charter holder's numeric performance positively increased on less than 3 calculated measures, and the charter holder fell in the low-risk ADM category. Second, for fiscal years 2024 and 2025, the charter holder received below standard ratings on all 3 calculated measures. Sorry, I have a little bit more to go here. A charter holder's contract states that neither party may assign or transfer any rights or interests under the charter unless permitted by law. It also prohibits a charter holder from assigning, transferring, or delegating any duties without prior written approval from the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools. Therefore, if a charter holder plans to transfer its contract to any new entity or to new individuals representing the existing entity, it must submit a change in charter control amendment request. New Learning Ventures, Inc. submitted a request to change the control of the charter holder. The charter holder has determined that it is in the best interest of Phoenix Modern students, families, staff, and broader community to pursue a voluntary change of control of the charter to Valley Learning Foundation of Arizona. The charter contract transfer and responsibility allocation agreement is dated February 26, 2026, and is effective July 1, 2026, pending approval from the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools. Valley Learning Foundation of Arizona, their intent is the endeavor to separate. Let me just start over that one. All right, here we go. Valley Learning Foundation of Arizona's intent in this endeavor is to separate the charter governance from the financial constraints and governance structure of the current charter holder, and to provide a dedicated local governing board focused solely on Phoenix Modern's educational mission and long-term success. For your consideration, detailed information about this transition is included in the board materials, including the submitted materials, a summary of the plans presented in the materials, and a summary of the interview conducted with individuals representing both sides of this transition. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, that was a lot of information. And board members, do we have any questions about the information that Ashley shared? Okay, it doesn't look like we do. Do we have representatives from... Okay, Ashley, let me ask a quick question. Are we bringing up representatives from the charter and from the potential transfer?
It is up to them, but I would just call up the...
We'll just say representatives, and whoever comes up, comes up. Great. Okay. I'm assuming we're forming a line, maybe? Yes? Oh, it looks like it. All right, come on down. I know, right? Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam President, members of the board and staff. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present to you. And you got to hear from two of our parents, Courtney and Sarah, this morning. It was my pleasure back in 2018 of this board to approve Phoenix Modern, an intentionally designed charter school that really is grounded in one design question: how do children grow and flourish? We designed Phoenix Modern because the world is rapidly changing. It's a complex world. It's a diverse world. We have a global economy, and children deserve to be prepared for that, not just academically, but as human beings. And for the last 7 years, Phoenix Modern has been solely dedicated towards that mission. And as you can see from the dedication of our parents behind me and those that spoke to you this morning, we have been well on our path. We have been recognized both locally and nationally. In fact, most recently, the Arizona Institute for the Education and the Economy and the Center for the Future of Arizona recognized Phoenix Modern as one of 11 schools that is designing a 2.0 version of school for the future. We are proud of both the academic growth as well as the humans that are spending every day in our community. That being said, we also recognize that we are in startup phase, moving into a long-term vision for Phoenix Modern. And in startup, like many organizations, you can face many challenges. We opened in the first year of COVID, so that was fun. The first 3 years, we faced challenges. We continued on, though, sticking to our core values. We have been operating for 7 years, and as you can see in your materials, the biggest challenge that we have faced is a financial model that is long-term sustainable. We have, over the last several months, been working very closely as a community with the very competent members behind me to create solutions, not only just to move forward, but also to move forward with strength, to move forward into a long-term vision and sustainability for an organization, as you heard from our parents, that is worth continuing because it is unlike any other institution. In fact, we hope a beacon of hope and change. We talked about some of the staff, some of the education community from Ms. Miller leaving the profession. We have the opposite. We have families and we have educators that are so committed to our community, even despite the challenges, they don't want to leave. We have potential candidates flying around the country to come to our school so that they can be part of the community. And so where other schools have been declining in enrollment, we also have seen an increase in our enrollment as well. With that, I want to turn it over to the board chair of Valley Learning Foundation, Jess Weisbuck.
Hello, and thank you for having us here. Good morning. My name is Jessica Weisbuck, and I am the founding board chair of Valley Learning Foundation of Arizona. Phoenix Modern's education model is not the problem, as you heard from our parents here. The governance structure around it was. VLFA was built to fix that. The people in this room are the way that we're going to fix that, and I'm confident that we can do that, and it can be remained that way. Our board brings the exact expertise the school needs in this moment. I'm a nonprofit executive director who has raised over $2 million annually and built the financial controls and the audit infrastructure to sustain it. Aaron Harris leads national revenue strategy for a $500 million enterprise and brings deep experience in financial forecast and performance accountability. Larry Curran is a former Arizona State licensed vocational school operator with nearly 30 years of finance experience. Shannon Gallagher co-founded a charter school that grew into a 6-school network and has successfully navigated 6 state audits, rapid enrollment growth, and complex organizational transitions. Jessica Taylor is a founding Phoenix Modern educator and former charter governing board member who brings direct curriculum oversight to the governance level, something this school has never had before. Behind the board is an experienced and committed leadership team. We have Nicole Carlson, who is currently serving as our Phoenix Modern school director, who will step into our executive director role upon transfer. We have Charles Kaplan, who has been the school's director of operations since its founding. And he also brings 12 consecutive years of experience across 2 ASBCS authorized charter schools. And they're both deeply rooted in the school's culture and community, and both are committed long term to the school and to our families. Their commitment is not incidental, it's essential to what we do. This board was not assembled out of who was available. Every member was intentionally recruited to fill a specific gap. Together, we cover finance, compliance, fundraising, academic oversight, and charter school operations, the exact domains measured by the ASBCS performance framework. Phoenix Modern has the right team behind it, and we respectfully ask for your approval of this transfer so that we can begin the work. Thank you so much.
Board members, questions? Yes. Member Snyder.
Thanks for coming today. First of all, let me congratulate you guys for working so hard to try to sustain a model that has proven itself in the classroom. But it's obviously that's not the reason you're here. You're here because of the operational and frankly financial. And looking at the plan, there are really 4 pylons that you guys are trying to build this new foundation upon. One is realignment of the staff and staffing of the school, which is in your control. The others you don't have as much control over. There's a fundraising effort. There's a reduction in facility costs, whether that be a lower lease payment or an alternative lease situation, and student growth. And I know student growth was likely part of the plan originally to sustain the original debt, and that hasn't happened. So I'd like to hear a little bit from you all about where you are on, specifically on the fundraising. Excuse me. Thought I put that on Do Not Disturb. My apologies. There was, I know there's a specific fundraising goal, and it was in process in the materials we had. I'd like to hear more about how that's going. There was specific goals to refinance, or I'm sorry, to renegotiate your lease terms for the upcoming year and for a longer term lease space, whether it be there or elsewhere. And then address, student recruitment, which despite the strong model that has been there, has not come to be. And what happens if any of those 3 pieces don't bear out?
Got it. So better you than me, by the way, on the phone. I'm Larry Curran. I'm one of the founding board members of the organization. I'll be answering most of the questions and then kind of passing them off to our respective parties. I think the first piece on our finances to understand is you can't run a school on donations, to your point, right? It's got to be able to be fiscally modeled to the size that it needs to be based on the revenue from the students. And so the first thing that we've done is that. Right. And part of the history, and I think you guys have supplemental material that you've had a chance to maybe look at, is that we're able to get rid of the financial metrics that weren't met were debt cover ratio and an accumulated net worth that was, in 7 figures. The ability to drop all of that in this transition and not have legacy AP and all of that stuff just gives us a step forward that all of those things are not coming along with us. So the step 1 is, can we clean the current AP balance sheets, the negative balance sheet, et cetera? So we get to start with day 0. So if I donate the first $1 tomorrow, we'll have 1 positive $1 on the balance sheet of the new entity. So that's the first piece, to understand where we're starting from. And our model, where we have the opportunity to say 150 versus 120 or 126 kids, when you look at the flexibility of how we've set up our modeling, is that every time, as we do in the real world with budgets, if we can't meet, we have to cut back. So we've created levers for each thing that if, for whatever reason, when we're recruiting, we need more space, which takes money to build out, and we need more teachers to be able to do that in advance. And that's one of the things that I think helped the prior or hurt the prior folks, is that when you're in a fiscal crisis and you need to grow, growing's hard because you don't have any money to grow. And so having an even playing field without those additional expenses is really setting the foundation of what we're doing. We're already in discussions with the current lender, and the current lender has realized that the property as itself, highest best use, is in the form of a school. So we have urgency right now, which is always interesting. Everybody says, how far have you gotten your fundraising? I'm like, I don't have a charter to fundraising. Right? We don't have, that's the point of today's argument, is that it's really hard to negotiate on a lease when you don't have any money. Right? And I've done that in the state of Arizona as a startup business, and people are like, where are your financials? And where the financials come in this organization is from this board. Right? So once we have that, we have the ability to start moving that forward. But with the current operator as a school and a building that's going to be sitting here at the end of the school year, and his option as the lender is to either sell it, but he has to sell it probably to a school. And I would just guess they are significantly over leveraged in the position of the building. And that's the other part of what got the lease payment. If it was priced with the value of the building, we wouldn't have any problem mating it. Right. So you don't have to cut the lease. You just have to have the lease be in market with the space. And what happened is that there was more rent paid towards not rent specific things. Does that make sense? It's a little complicated, but I want to make sure everybody understands that the lease is not in market with the value of the building is today. And that gives us great leverage with the current owner, as they realize that if the charter is revoked at the end of this school year, their revenue is revoked as well. And they've got an empty building that's put for a school. We happen to have the students, the staff, and the entire group. And if we get the charter transferred, we have a turnkey situation and a perfect situation to go straight into rent. And they've established some flexibility for us to talk about those prices. I know there's a number on the budget that you're seeing, $100,000 to $200,000. I would say it's not going to be 100. He said I would happy to, his first comment was, I'd be happy to see 0 as a non-starter, because they're thinking like you're thinking, where's the money coming to be paying this? We wouldn't see the first revenue until July, and he's going to stop receiving revenue at the time of whatever happens in this transfer. So we've got a great motivated situation to get just our first year into the lease as soon as the charter is approved, because now he's got an authorized revenue stream that he can work with us. If that answers, does that answer that, give you kind of the foundational question of where we are from a lease payment? We don't need it to be at 100 to make it. We can be in market and make it. And I think we have the best case, lowest interruption, lowest cost of operations, moving furniture, moving people, leases, startups, everything else, by staying where we're at. And I think that we have, it's really in our court to solve for that, on how much we're willing to pay to get it done. But I think we can be somewhere well below where the current mark is. And if we can't, our alternatives as a new charter are set with new buildings that are interested in providing tenant improvements for us, because they look at it as a long-term contract, and they're able, typically in that situation. And for me, when I opened up my school here in 1997 in Tucson, I got enormous amount of TIs because I signed a 5-year lease, and I had a step up rent. Right? We started at below market to help us ramp up and get into that. And those are the kind of commercial negotiations. That's why I'm brought in, is to have the position to say, okay, we got some upfront loaded costs. We got to get the thing off and running. But because the money comes from the state, as long as we're in compliance with like our budget, we can get lower startup rent, move up into commercial, so that we can have that time and that lead time to raise the student count.
So just a couple questions. One, because you're 60 days, 75 days away from not having a space, if
that's correct,
if they choose to go that route. Our current market rents for comparable space to operate the school in the range that fits inside your financial plan.
Yeah.
And are you working parallel?
Yes, we have 2 realtors currently working, and we're going to start visiting some of the schools. I took some of that on myself early and met with a couple of schools to see where they were at. And it's interesting because the bigger school properties, they don't move for things other than schools. So there's not a lot of people shopping for our specific setup. And there are charter schools and other folks that are going out of business that are leaving empty spaces that happen to be set up for what we're looking for. So we are doing all sources forward. I understand we got a 60-day window to decide where we're going to be housed. And that also keeps, if you walk that thought through, right, what's going to happen is if the charter board transfer is approved, the current lender is going to be notified they're going to stop getting paid in the same 60 days, right? I think that's how it functionally happens in order to transfer it over to us. So now I've got a guy sitting on a $5.6 million loan on the building, according to public records, that has to do something with it. And he would have to get it sold also within that short term to be available for the next school year, which is why he's highly motivated to work with us. He doesn't have enough time to do what he needs to do. So his best interest, our best interest, is to find a mutually right amount that.
Is there a date by which you need to know where you're going for next year?
We're
We're
literally, this conversation and how today's board vote goes determines our leverage in that conversation tomorrow. In real terms, because they have to decide or we have to decide, and we have to get to a number virtually immediately. To answer your question.
Well, my question is leading towards if we enter into a consent agreement with you to move forward, I think one of the things I might want to consider is you being able to certify that you have a leased spot by a date certain that enables you to move in and start school next year.
And
or else there's no reason to go forward.
Yeah, I would expect there would be a contingency or a condition precedent to the final transfer that we have a verified space to have the school at. That is really what we presumed was going to happen today. If the board did decide that you thought we were qualified to move the program forward, you can see academically it's well regarded. With the right capitalization, we can go in the right spot. I think that on our conversations, on our budget, with the flexibility of our budget and the willingness to sign a longer term contract with somebody who doesn't want to take a building back in today's market, it puts us in a great position to do that. And if that was our condition precedent, I think that we can resolve that in, within probably 30 days, I would say, maybe even less. We'll have to do the contracting. It is a little bit complicated because the lender's not a traditional lender. It is a tax-free bond in the state of Arizona. So there's little complexities on the actual functioning document that has to be done. But outside of that, we could get to our letter agreement and have our LOIs that we know that we're going to do it irrespective of what the contracting time takes to come back to the board and say, we've reached negotiation with the letter.
Okay. Then on to the fundraising component, which I think is built to build up your cash reserves to be able to operate in case there's, variances over time. And I'm assuming that none of that has officially happened because it's probably contingent upon this transfer. But do you have sort of commitments?
Pre-circled folks. Yes, we do. We have a couple of, as the team has talked about, we have a very diverse group from very low socioeconomic to very high-end socioeconomic folks that all have landed here at Phoenix Modern. And we have a small group of folks that are quite wealthy that have given us some additional thoughts of what they might circle. And I don't know, Jess, as fundraiser, if you want to talk about our development person.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to that as well. So my nonprofit that I'm the executive director to, we work with an amazing development professional who has really offered to work with us for pro bono for the next year to help us develop a full comprehensive fundraising campaign to get us to where we need to be for the next year to raise the funds that we need, completely consulting with us pro bono. So we have a full comprehensive fundraising plan in place and ready to kind of like hit the ground running upon the word that the transfer is going to happen. As well as what Larry was saying, we have a lot of people in our community that we have been talking to that are warm prospects, I would say, that as soon as we get word today, we will be going to talk and let them know what the result was to make those pledges into actual donations.
And I assume that's pretty key because you don't get your first payment till July 30th and you're a month into your fiscal year already. Hopefully before the teachers arrive and expect to be paid. All right, well then, and then the last piece that I think is, less in your control, but certainly influenced you by you. The plan of finance, does it work with the changes in the lease and no change in student count? Or are you relying on increases in students, and whether you are or not, what are you doing on that front?
So the budget does cover us with the lease payment in place. It's the 1 month of operating cash flow that is really the what we're looking. We're not going to have an extra 100,000 over expenses to meet that obligation, which is what the probation was put on in the first place. So that's really the extra money is to meet our cash on hand. It's not to read our daily operational budget. So that was really for all of us, myself and the group that we put together and the people that are helping through the process. We didn't want to be back to where we are today. Can we make it to next month? Are we waiting? Are we going to have a mid-season, mid-school, mid-crisis? It's all about the commitment to get rid of this. It's been hit or miss. And despite that, which is key for you all to know, is that the teachers all want to come along, whether we pay the June payment or not. And they're all going to take that on their personal. They don't want to. We're going to do the best to cover that. But they're so committed here where you guys are losing 8,000 students or teachers, which is amazing. My wife and whole family are teachers, by the way. Is just an amazing statistic that we have folks that are willing to take it on the chin to stay here with us. And that first month and that bridge gap is really where we're looking to raise the funds. And that's really going to be our kind of promotional topic, is that what's the purpose of this capital is going to be to meet these bridge needs for our teachers and our staff. And with the communication and the structure that we have here, I think that we're going to be well regarded, and it's going to come out quite well once they pass.
Okay, so then just so I make sure I understand the plan of finance is that you can reduce your facilities costs.
Yes.
You realign your administrative and staffing costs. Don't change student count. That budget works.
Yes.
And then you build up your liquidity from fundraising over the first year.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you for all the answers, Madam President. That's all.
Does anyone else have any other questions?
Madam President, can I add a few details here and some information just for board members to know?
Yes.
So part of our new charter application process includes a ready to open process. So that is where staff gets to work with those applicants as they begin their first year of operation, making sure that they have facilities in place, making sure that they have enrollment documents, all those type of things. I would anticipate in this situation, if this were to be approved, that board staff would work with the applicant to walk them through our ready to open process. Now, deadlines are going to look very different because we are later in the school year, but part of what you can do in your motion, again, if you are going to approve this, could be to put that date specific for securing a facility and informing board staff. And then board staff on our end, which does not need to be part of your motion language, would work with the charter through a ready to open process to making sure all of those are in line. And as we do with any of our other new applicants or new schools that are opening, we would also be monitoring the school as a first year and then again as their second year. So looking at it from a little bit more of a monitoring and having a little bit more accountability on our end.
One other thing I'd like to add is we currently have 35 applicants with invitations to join the school. And we wanted to make sure we had one, right? So as we talk about the process of growing the school, we have people that have toured, and we have a very high conversion rate. It's over 50% of tours and invitations to actually coming aboard on the school. It's very high. So good news all the way around, because if we can tell them the charter's been transferred, we can let them make decisions for that piece, and we could start up, and kick in. If we had 50% of that number, we'd be up over 130 immediately, which would have obviously impacts and some of the offsets of what you're concerned with.
I have one more quick question just regarding facilities and enrollment. So let's just pretend that the current facility that you're in, it doesn't end up working out and you have to have a different facility. How have you thought through how that may impact enrollment based on the distance people have to travel in order to attend the school?
Of course.
Okay. And can you talk us through what that looks like? Great.
Yeah. So, as I mentioned, we have there's public transportation involved and there's things from the proximities. So for our realtor, we've given them the circle of where we need to be based on kind of the scatter pattern of where all of our students come from. And so we're not broad stroked across the entire valley, going to land in Chandler or, someplace else out there. So that proximity and the properties that we're going to be touring are all proximate to those exact concerns. Because obviously, if we move and get a great lease rate, but drop half the students because they can't get there, they're offsetting benefit and loss at the same time. So our goal is to try and stay there. And again, that's why we're highly incented that we know that loss factor or attrition rate from moving the school goes away if we can work out with our existing, not our existing, but our hopeful future lessor.
All right. You have a question? Okay, go for it.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. It's nice to see you all here.
Thank you.
I professionally remember brainstorm phases of what this school could look like. And I do feel inspired by the passion that this group has brought here wanting to move it forward. So congratulations on all the success Phoenix Modern has already had, the lives it's changed, and also on all the hard work that you guys have done to want to move that mission forward. Being around for 30 years, I've seen that difference between like the founding passion and then the sustainability, right? So I realize right now today, you're just trying to get to tomorrow. And so you want to know what that looks like and you're kind of having to plan, but also live day by day. So I take that. I understand that. I give grace to that. I'm curious when I think my understanding, and I apologize because you probably discussed this in your interview and I've not had time to watch all of the interview. But sometimes when your own child is in the system, you are so highly motivated because it is so personal. And it's very natural as the school ages, your children age, other responsibilities start to creep in, that passion, that willingness to keep giving, pretty much more than full time at a volunteer price begins to wane. So have you guys thought about, what that looks like with, I would assume most of you are volunteering your time for these efforts. What does that look like maybe when your children are not attending or a few years out for that leadership piece?
Got it. Great question. So the way that the board, as Jessica started out at the beginning, is the board's kind of slots of talent, right? Finance, legal, whatever. In the structure that we're putting together, the KPIs, the learning modalities, the kind of digital budgeting. So as we're budgeting, we can see in real time what's going on. We're trying to create a continuity infrastructure so that any one person coming, going, leaving, moving, to your point, for those all reasons, are met, right? So when you set up the right processes and infrastructure, it makes it easier for other people. And we're immediately going to start recruiting and try and find more board members. And full disclosure, I have a grandson there. He's in first grade, goes through 8th grade. So our thought would be, we're fully attentive. But for me, as an ex-educator in the state, I'm retired. This is a real passion for me. When I hear about what the school's dealing with, I have to figure out how I might get more involved in that. I got some time on my hands to do it. And the rest of the board members are caregivers, except for a couple of our more recent ones. But we're looking to bring some community-related people that are not just caregivers with students that are passionate about the school, because we realize that has to have longevity. And the bigger picture that I think we have here across the valley is that this school is something that if we can continue to deliver it, hit our models and our metrics, that the unique service it provides, to your proximity question, is it needs to be proximate elsewhere. And there needs to be multiple locations because it serves a very specific broad community that no other individual school does. And so part of my long-term vision for this, as the entrepreneur in the room, is that this is a school that if it's this well regarded, it needs to be around the valley. So instead of making kids go further, our bigger goal and longer term would be to expand the operations and have additional campuses that are meeting this need all across the valley. And that would really be the vision. And I think that everyone behind me is sharing the vision. You know, Andrew had a great idea. The school has done a phenomenal thing. It's got nationally recognized, locally recognized, and we're just so thankful of his work to get us to this point. And like you said, you have the passion of startup and then you have build, right? And for me as a ex entrepreneur, getting it somewhere is very hard. And a lot of times our guys peter out. They lose the energy, the passion. They may not be able to, they may be the best educator, but not the best finance person. And those things are why we're here. But it doesn't mean you didn't have a great product. And if we had the right financing around the right product, we have something I think that should be planted all the way across the valley. And I think with this board and the processes we're putting into place, it will allow and make excited new board members want to be a part of it because they want to be a part of that bigger vision. And that's why all these folks in this room are here to present to you today.
All right.
President
Oh,
Montier.
yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
I was scanning the room. I apologize. I
Member
didn't get there
Snyder did
yet.
An incredible job asking really good questions. And Superintendent Designee Miller, you wrapped up the passion part. But mechanics. Okay, so you stand here today as NewCo.
Yes.
Right? Oldco owns the building, correct?
Yes.
The mortgage or the loan on the building is the Industrial Development Authority of the Maricopa County.
Yes.
They're the debt holder, the bank. Okay, so, and as I read through the audit, Oldco has pledged all of the state revenue to go to the trustee. Trustee takes what they're owed and remits the balance to Oldco. So if we're looking at a deal, can you tell me how that works? Because I'm having a hard time seeing that the trustee may have no other choice but to foreclose on the building. And then you have 60 or 75 days to go somewhere else. I mean, and because you're not really negotiating with Oldco, in essence, you have to negotiate with the IDA and the trustee. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And this is, without fixing this, there's no story. I mean,
At this location, right?
Right.
So in reality, being an ex-lender, especially finance space, you've got them, right? And they're a bond holder. They're not even a traditional lender. They're not an investor. They do this specifically for schools. They do these non-taxable bonds, right? So for them, right now, one of two things is going to happen as I understand it. The charter is going to be revoked and there's going to be no revenue because there's going to be no charter, or it's going to be transferred. But in order for us to accept the transfer, the obligations of the transferee are theirs. We're not taking any of that, including the building. So the building bond will stop receiving payments, the last payment under the current charter, no matter what. So they're going to be holding the building. The building is for sale.
Yeah.
The building is for sale currently, but they realize that their proximity, as I talked about, the highest best use, I'll put myself in the shoes of the lender. I'm going to work out. 2 months from now, I stop getting paid. I'm getting whatever amount I get per month, and I'm going to own a school that's intact. And there's no way I'm going to find a school. He's got the same problem we do. He's not going to find if somebody else is going to buy a school for the school year, fix the building and get it where it needs to be for next school year. And so so structurally what happens is, technically speaking, I'd ask Andrew to speak about he's negotiated out something with the bondholders to forbear them from foreclosing, I think, something to that type of structure while they're working with us. And if we can work out the rent, what happens there is that is their workout, right? They've got to work out for their investors. And the workout is we're going to get some money from these guys that are going to come in versus having no money, take it back for sale and let it sit there for maybe another year and have all the taxes, other stuff, and the expenses, which the bondholders are not in the business of doing, which creates a highly motivated counterparty to signing an agreement with us in the short term while they continue to look to find a future buyer, or it could potentially be us in the future. As we prove ourselves, we can come back and get fiscally balanced, we could come back and potentially do what's called a credit bid against whatever's owed and try to buy the building once we've established ourselves as a lessee.
Thank you. And did you say you have a forbearance agreement in place? Or-
I'm presuming there's a forbearance agreement of not foreclosing while something else is going on.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't want to go through a foreclosure process. So we're working through a cooperative agreement where the building is listed. We're cooperating with that at the same time, working through possible solutions for the school to be able to stay in the building. They've been supportive of the school continuing throughout the year and looking at really what's the kind of best scenario for everyone involved going forward. Certainly they want to protect their investment, their investors, but they also understand that school perhaps is the best use of the building.
Thank you very much.
Did that give you the answer you were looking for?
I think, Member Jones, question, or you made eye contact with me again. Stop looking at me. I know, we just need to do this all the time. Board members, any other questions? I'm scanning the room. I'll get over to you, Member Swanson. No, mic's not on.
So just last.
Yeah, hold 1 second, 1 second. Let me just make sure Member Stratton. Okay, we're good. Go.
Well, both of your concerns was about timing, right? So let's say you decide not to forward it, go through with a revocation of the charter. Our lender, the lender that we're all working with, they're going to stop getting paid in 2 months. They don't want that to happen. And so what happens today creates mutual motivation to get your answers quicker and faster, and what our alternatives are. And if that is a contingency process, I would expect that. And we should be able to have that accommodation quite quickly, so we can get over the edge.
Other comments, questions, feedback? If not, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right.
Preface it by thanking members Snyder and Swanson for their deep dive into the financial part of this. And Superintendent Designee Miller, I really appreciate specifically your statement about changing lives. And we meant 1997 was mentioned. You mentioned 30 years. It's about how long I've been involved in charter schools. My hair was darker, my sight was better, But, but yep. I feel like my hair is thinning. I hope not. But one thing that has remained constant, has actually probably improved and expanded, is my appreciation for education and for those who changed and saved lives. And so, it would be a tragedy to see this program to see it go away. So having said that, I'm going to make a motion to approve the change in charter control. Member Snyder, did you want to amend the motion or the financial performance agreement to include any deadlines for facilities?
Yeah, I think we need to have it. Yes, I think we probably need to have a term that's by a date certain. They've either have a separate lease site or a lease within the plan, within the dollar amount in their plan of finance for next fiscal year. To me, I think that given transfer has to happen on July 1, they need to start school in August, that needs to be probably by June 1. Does that seem reasonable?
Yep.
June 1.
Ashley, how would you want a specific date like that, or? Okay.
That would be appropriate. You could say something along the lines of the board's approval of the aforementioned amendment request is conditioned on a facility being secured by June 1st, 2026.
And just to qualify that, it may be a letter of intent without legal documentation finished, if that's okay, because legal documentation can take some weeks to that. So as long as we have memorandum of understanding the picture.
I think that's fair.
Member Snyder,
You do
can
need
you
to-
let's just repeat what you said, because you didn't have the mic on and I want to make sure everybody can hear. That's okay. I'm just.
Yeah, what I said is the June date would be to have a memorandum of understanding with the lessor, not necessarily the legal documents baked, so to speak. It could take several weeks to a month for just turn of documents on lease agreements. I just don't want to say, and depending on what lawyers we're dealing with, It could take 40 days just to get the lease agreement, but by June 1st to know we have a price in the budget that is going to allow us to work within our budget.
Absolutely. And that's acceptable as far as you're concerned, Member Snyder?
It's reasonable.
Okay.
I'd rather have it contracted by that date.
Right.
Because I think that you also, from the community, need to provide them with ample advance notice if it's not going to happen, so they can find alternative places for their children for next year.
Yes.
So I'm trying to balance the two.
Right. And just to be clear, for everyone, the reason that we are deep diving into a lot of this is, quite frankly, this isn't something that we've seen very often, if ever. And so we just want to make sure that you start off secure, that everybody's taken care of, and that our students come first and the families come first. So please understand, when we're asking questions, it's not a drill and kill situation. It's more just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. You have a lot of well thought out material. So we're incredibly hopeful and trust but verify, right? Okay. All right. And with that, do we have a motion?
I think so. I'm going to be revisiting. This is a long one. You thought last one was long. Okay, I move to find that New Learning Ventures, Inc. has failed to meet the financial performance expectations. Saving you? Thanks. Mhm. Okay. Starting over. I move to find that New Learning Ventures, Inc. has failed to meet the financial performance expectations set forth in the board's financial performance framework and has violated its charter contract and state law. These failures and violations provide a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke New Learning Ventures, Inc.'s contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regard to actions taken against a charter holder that is not in compliance with its charter and state law. In an effort to bring the charter contract into compliance, the board, based on the information contained in the board materials and presented today, approves the request for a change in charter control as presented in the board materials today for the contract of New Learning Ventures, Inc. to Valley Learning Foundation of Arizona, effective July 1st, 2026. Valley Learning Foundation of Arizona must complete the requirements of the board's Ready to Open checklist prior to the start of school year 2026-2027, consistent with the board's approved Ready to Open checklist policy. I further move to enter into a consent agreement with Valley Learning Foundation of Arizona that includes the same terms and provisions as the financial performance consent agreement included in today's meeting materials, with the following changes.
To be clear, you're not making changes to the financial agreement. You're just making changes to the motion language.
Okay. With the following changes in motion language. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay.
There will be, to be clear, you're not making any changes
To the actual agreement.
to the actual financial agreement. You're making just one additional
An
provision.
amendment to the language of the motion, which is the board's approval of the aforementioned amendment request is conditioned on, what's the full name here? Valley Learning Foundation of Arizona having, signed an MOU? A contract by both parties June 1st, 2026. Okay. The financial performance agreement, separate, will cover fiscal years 2027, 2028, and 2029. I further move that the board authorize the board president to approve and sign the consent agreement executed by Valley Learning Foundation of Arizona without it being brought before the entire board for approval at a subsequent meeting. To close out financial reporting with the board, I further move that New Learning Ventures, Inc. is required to submit to the board a complete June 30th, 2026 quarterly financial report by August 17th, 2026. New Learning Ventures, Inc. is required to submit to the board a complete fiscal year 2026 audit by November 16th, 2026. Those are 1 and 2. And 3, Valley Learning Foundation of Arizona is required to submit to the board by October 30th, 2026, a complete September 30th, 2026 quarterly financial report for Valley Learning Foundation of Arizona if the board has not received a complete fiscal year 2026 audit for New Learning Ventures, Inc. by October 30th, 2026. Everybody got those dates straight there? The board's approval of the aforementioned amendment request is conditioned on Valley Learning Foundation of Arizona's approval and execution of the financial performance consent agreement as set forth in this motion. If Valley Learning Foundation of Arizona chooses not to accept the terms of the financial performance consent agreement or an executed copy of the consent agreement along with governing board minutes approving the consent agreement are not received by the date specified by board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder's amendment request approved by the board in today's meeting shall automatically be rescinded.
We have a very, very long motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And we have a hesitant second. Can we get a roll call, please?
Vice President Close.
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller.
Excited to see the next Phoenix Modern 2.0. I vote yes.
Ms. Barr.
I just want to say quickly, this is definitely a unique situation, as before as mentioned, and certainly it's a situation where egos could have certainly stepped in and ruined the situation for a lot of children, and the fact that they have been set aside in order for the betterment of the students in Arizona. I very much appreciate that and enthusiastically say aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Ms. Foster.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
I'd like to also make a comment. Just so encouraged by the involvement and the time, effort, energy, commitment that you've already put in pro bono is just fabulous. So enthusiastically, and I also.
Mr. Ruiz.
I'd like to say I'm happy that you've been able to work quickly and that the board has been able to, do this dive like we did today, and also be able to be nimble and to respond to the need that, time is of the essence. So I say aye.
Mr. Snyder.
I really do appreciate you guys working through this. I've known Andrew for many years in the school and know how well, what a community asset it's been. I hope that my questioning wasn't viewed as negative, and that I just want to make sure that this thing is going to come through the right way and that you guys have thought about everything and you've answered those questions for me. So with that, I say aye.
Mr. Stratton.
Aye. And best of luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Swanson.
I echo Member Stratton's comments. Good luck, and really appreciate what you're trying to do. Yes, I vote aye.
President Montiers.
Well, this is pretty epic and definitely unprecedented. So an aye from me. Congratulations. Go forth and conquer.
So excited.
Like I said, unprecedented. Yeah. All right. Whew. Okay. Before we move forward, does anyone need a restroom break? Okay. May we take a brief recess, please, and thank you?
Yes.
Lovely.
if you'd like, so that you don't.
Yeah, should be good.
Good. All right, Member Stratton, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys now.
Okay, so just a curiosity question. I'm sorry. Do we need to go back and do the whole roll call thing and all of that, or can we start from where we are? Because
Yeah,
it sounds like audio was not on.
Exactly. I didn't hear any audio at all from when we went after we went into break until just now.
I am so sorry. So sorry. Ashley, what do we do here?
At this point, Mr. Stratton did tell me that he was on, and then Eric, if you just want to start again. Yeah, I think that'd be good.
Okay, Rachel, so we're just going to start push play?
Yep.
Okay.
play.
All right.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Go for it. I am so sorry.
All right. Eric Greenberg with the Academy of Math and Science. Ms. Christina Winters, our superintendent, and Zach Larson, our chief of staff. We're here today and very grateful for the opportunity. And I do need to give thanks to Executive Director Berg and her staff. The timing of this is not the most ideal, and it kind of came later in the game, and I'll provide a quick narrative of that. But they've been extremely flexible and accommodating for us to be here today. And my thanks to you all for giving us some consideration as we hope to continue serving these students in the Mesa area. So we've been working with the founders of Noah Webster since August, September of last year, when they approached us with this idea of because of the current landscape of the world we are in Arizona with enrollment and the finances specifically, they were facing a tough battle with refinancing the bonds of their existing buildings in both Mesa and Pima, with the opportunity of maybe we kind of find a way to keep these schools open, but transfer it to a different school. And so we got to work and dug in with them and looked for opportunities to take these schools on. Part of the reason it took us a little while is the nuances and complexities of how the bonds worked with each of the schools. With their two separate LEAs, but one guaranteeing the other, and we had to do some negotiation with their bondholders to get that figured out. We're extremely proud that we came to an agreement with them. With Miss Ashley's approval, we have been engaging with the school in anticipation of today's vote. So that we can try to get ahead as much time as possible, given that it's April and the school we're set to open in the fall. And so we've engaged with parents. We've had 3 separate parent meetings. We've had staff meetings. We have identified a new principal for this school. At the end of the day, for us, as you guys recall, when we were here in September with Mesa Arts, is our network of schools. We have 10 across the Phoenix area. We serve, on average, across all of our schools, an 88% FRL student population. That's near and dear to our hearts. And when we engage with schools who serve a similar population, and we see that the doors might have to close, we take that very personally. And we, in this case, and Mesa Arts, we got to work to see how can we continue to serve. What we don't want to do is see schools serving these communities close. And so with that today, we've done a lot of work to get here. We do know that we have some questions to answer, and we're very happy to answer those. But we're very proud to bring this school under our original charter that has 7 consecutive years of A-rated schools in an over 80% FRL environment. We are very confident that with the network support that we have, something that Superintendent Designee Miller mentioned earlier with teacher retention, one thing that we take very personally is the development of our teachers, knowing that there isn't a plethora, a large market of teachers. So how can we achieve a high retained teacher, but also a highly qualified, highly developed, highly trained teacher. And so with that and the support that we can provide Noah Webster in this new school, AMS Power, we're confident that we can increase enrollment, thus increasing the financial stability of the school. In addition to the leaning off of the work that we're doing right now in our other Mesa location, which is about 10 to 12 miles away from this one, with hiring staff, engaging with our current parents, doing some work in the community. We just hired some community engagement folks to really get involved on that front. That we can staff the school, we can enroll the school, and with Christina, Ms. Winters, and her team on the academic side, we can provide the academic support, both from a curriculum perspective and a learning and development perspective, so that this school can carry on the tradition that Noah Webster has brought this community for so long, but under a new name and maybe some new colors, and under a larger network that we feel can support them. So our sincere thanks to each of you on the board for your consideration, and many thanks to Ashley and her staff for their accommodation and for willing to hear this request that we have for you today.
Board members, any questions?
I do have one question.
All right, Member Jones.
Yeah, President Montier, board members, thank you for being here today, and we appreciate your presence and your passion as always. Just grade levels will remain the same. Is that correct? Same model, same grade levels. Okay. Just wanted to confirm that. That's what I assumed, and from the materials, that's what I assumed also, but that was it. Thank you.
All right.
Question.
Okay.
I have a question. So, Academy of Math and Science, no problem. Ashley, or maybe it is for Academy of Math and Science. So, Noah Webster has 2 campuses. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you going to be taking over both, or?
No, we didn't feel like we were the right operator, if you will, to assume both campuses, the one in Scottsdale and the one in Mesa. And so part of the complexities around the existing debt was how do we split those off? And so that's the agreement we came to with the investors, but we would just operate the Mesa location.
Okay. I just needed a clarification.
Yep.
Appreciate it. And if there are no other questions, I can do a motion.
Are there any other questions? All right, take it away.
I move, based on the information contained in the board materials and presented today, to approve Academy of Math and Science, Inc.'s request to add a new school to the contract of Academy of Math and Science, Inc.
Motion has been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Dr. Crockett, roll call. Ashley, please.
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Montier.
Aye. Congratulations. All right. Moving on to agenda item I2, Arizona Agribusiness and Equine Center, Inc. It is a grade level change presentation by Rachel again.
Arizona Agribusiness and Equine Center, Inc. Entity ID 4331 has submitted an amendment request to increase the grade served from 912 to 712 for fiscal year 2027. The charter holder is requesting the grade level increase to better prepare students for the college-going culture at AAEC, reduce external recruitment, and enhance student retention. I'm available for questions should you have any.
Board members, questions? I feel like that's fairly straightforward. Do we have a representative from the charter? I can say good morning for approximately 30 more seconds. So good morning.
Good morning. Madam President, members of the board, my name is Dale Nickel. I'm the Associate Superintendent for AAEC High Schools, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. However, not to correct Miss Rachel, the entity ID that she named was our Paradise Valley campus, which you guys approved in action consent. This one, I believe, is for Mesa. And
He is absolutely correct. My notes are wrong. The screen is correct. However, I apologize profusely. I am so sorry.
all right.
No, thank
She
you.
was just
I
trying to
appreciate that.
trying to preemptively get this approved. That was really what Rachel was trying to do.
Proceed.
Okay. All right.
Proceed.
Board members, please note that. Thank you. Just kidding. All right. Are there any questions for our charter representative? Yes,
Quick question.
absolutely.
So I know you have multiple campuses. Is this is just for Mesa? This is not for your other locations, correct?
The Paradise Valley one has already been approved.
Yeah.
And this is for Mesa. The other campuses, these are pilot programs. We want to see how this works and make sure that, we're doing everything properly. So,
I understand. Just wanted to clarify.
yes.
So since Rachel kind of opened the door for us a little bit, how's Paradise Valley going? That's not for Rachel. That's for you. How's the pilot program going over there?
Oh, it was just approved in action consent, but I can
Oh.
tell you that right now it's going fantastic.
Well then, all righty. Great. Any other questions? No? Do we have a motion?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right.
Well, Paradise Valley's batting 1,000.
Yeah. Paradise Valley's leading the way for Mesa.
I move based on the information contained in the board materials and presented today to approve Arizona Agribusiness and Equine Center Inc.'s request to add grades 7 and 8 to the contract of Arizona Agribusiness and Equine Center Inc. entity ID. Is that the right one? 134379?
Yes.
Okay. Motion made.
We have a motion made. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Fantastic. Can we get a roll call, please?
Aye.
Sorry, I'm going to go do that again. I was not on the mic. Vice President Close.
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller.
Aye.
Miss Barr.
Aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Miss Foster.
Aye.
Miss Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Snyder.
Aye.
Mr. Stratton.
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
Aye.
President Monteith.
Super excited for round 2. That's an aye for me. Congratulations. All right. We're going to break the Rachel show and we are going to go with I3, Cortez Park Charter Middle School, grade level increase, enrollment cap, and school name change, presentation by Ashley.
The Imagine Schools Network operates 2 schools under 2 separate charter contracts at a single location, Imagine Cortez Park Elementary and Imagine Cortez Park Middle. This request is being submitted to create one school named Imagine Schools at Cortez Park at this location serving grades K-8. This request is for Cortez Park Charter Middle School, Inc. to increase the grade served from 6-8 to K-8 and the enrollment cap from 325 to 1,000 students, both beginning in FY 2027. These requests are in conjunction with a request to change the name of the school to Imagine Schools at Cortez Park. Concurrent with these changes, the board is considering a surrender agreement for Pathfinder Charter School Foundation, the closing charter. Additionally, due to the current academic performance of the school under the surrendering charter, the board is also considering a consent agreement for the surviving charter, Cortez Park Charter Middle School, Inc.
Okay, any questions? Just to be clear, when we're talking about the consent agreement the consent agreement will be for Cortez Park, Imagine Schools at Cortez Park. Is that correct? Did I get that right?
The consent agreement will be with the charter that is up for consideration right now, which is currently Cortez Park Charter Middle School, Inc., which will be Cortez Park Charter Middle School, or the school that they are operating will be, let me find it.
Imagine Schools at Cortez Park. Okay,
But
so
the contract will still be with the middle school and at the charter holder level.
right.
The consent agreement
Yeah.
is for the contract level, which includes the full K-8 that will be there if this is approved.
Correct. So what we're looking at, just so we're all on the same page, is a surrender agreement for, I'm going to not go with names, I'm going to go with schools. Surrender agreement for the elementary school, increase of a grade change to include elementary level grades, and then a consent agreement for the middle school that's assuming the grade increase, et cetera, et cetera. In layman's terms.
And an additional enrollment cap.
Right, to allow for the increase in the grade levels.
Correct.
Okay, great. Anybody else besides me have questions for Ashley?
President Montier, just
Yes, sir.
clarifying. So in essence, Cortez Park is taking over Pathfinder.
Cortez Park will begin serving students that were previously served
Okay.
at the elementary.
Okay, very good. And then the enrollment cap is just the old enrollment cap for Pathfinder plus the current enrollment cap for Cortez, 1,325 and 675. So really no essential change because it's operating under the two old ECAPs.
Correct. The two charter contracts at the current location would include the 1,000 enrollment cap and the grade levels.
Thank you.
If you combine them.
Other questions? Do we have a representative from the charter and or charters?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, it is afternoon. Good afternoon.
It is now.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, there's several of us here, so I'll kind of kick it off if that's okay.
Absolutely. Welcome, everyone. Come on down.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate your time this afternoon, President Montier, members of the board and staff. On behalf of myself, Monty Lang, and Brad Uchaz, we're charter representatives here in Arizona. We'd like to express our sincere gratitude for the opportunity to share our story and begin discussions regarding one of our schools, Cortez Park Charter Middle School. We also extend our appreciation to the staff at ACBCS for their continued support throughout this process. As you probably know, Imagine Schools, in partnership with our local governing boards, serves approximately 7,000 students across 20 charter schools on 11 campuses in Arizona. We are committed to serving a unique purpose within our communities and strive for excellence in all that we do. Notably, nearly 70% of the students we serve qualify for free or reduced meal prices. For me, this is about more than just the numbers. It reflects the real experience of the students and the families we serve. Learning is coming alive in our classrooms. We see growth happening on a daily basis, and transformation is taking place, one child, one life at a time. I'm also going to be the first to acknowledge that there's still much work to be done. We have built a strong foundation, one that will continue to support future growth and success. Like traditional public school districts, Imagine Schools operates with a structured support system that includes regional teams. These teams provide both operational and academic support beyond the leadership at each individual campus. In addition, we implement a comprehensive academic excellence framework that establishes clear expectations, defines outcomes, and equips our schools with the tools necessary to meet their goals. We also evaluate each school annually using our 6 measures of excellence. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Brad Uchaz, who also serves as a charter representative for Imagine in Arizona. Thank you.
Thank you, Monty. Good morning, afternoon, sorry. My name is Brad Uchaz, and I serve also as a charter representative for Imagine Schools. As you all noted, the LEA we'll be discussing today during the board meeting is Cortez Park Charter Middle School. Pathfinder Charter School is the elementary, and Cortez Park Middle are both located within the same facility. The students that complete the elementary program typically transition directly into the middle school, which earned a letter grade of C last year. The majority of students choose to continue along this pathway. Pathfinder Charter is currently home to 423 students and opened in 1999. And the middle school students it feeds into is home to 232 students. Today, our staff and leadership team will walk the board and our stakeholders through several key areas, what we are currently seeing in our internal benchmark assessments, the actions we took to address those challenges throughout the year, and finally, the steps we have implemented this year that are driving progress. At Imagine, we take our results very seriously, not only because we are held accountable, but because we are deeply committed to doing what is best for students. We understand that with great responsibility comes accountability, and we recognize that the board will be discussing our future. We do want to state that we are asking the board to consider allowing the consolidation of operations through the surrender of the Pathfinder Charter and the proposed expansion of the Cortez Park Middle School Charter. We have reviewed the proposed surrender agreement included in the board packet and have already signed off and returned it to staff, indicating our willingness to accept its terms. Thank you. I will now turn it over to our regional school team who's in person, beginning with our principal, Jose Luis Lozano.
Good afternoon, President Montier, Superintendent Miller, and board members. My name is Jose Luis Lozano, and I'm the principal of Imagine Cortez Park. And I appreciate this opportunity to address you guys. So throughout my 24 years in education, I've had the privilege of working across various schools in a number of positions, all with Imagine Schools organization. In 2002, I began my career at Imagine Cortez Park as a PE coach. I then moved to Imagine Desert West in 2008, where I spent 16 years in a number of positions that include teaching PE, middle school math, fifth grade, and as a dean of students for 2 years. After earning my master's degree in 2015, I served as the school's assistant principal for 8 years. And in 2024, I returned full circle to Imagine Cortez Park as the principal. I'm in my second year in this role. This year also marks Imagine Cortez Park's 25th anniversary, a milestone that inspires us to honor the school's legacy while continuing to strengthen the student outcomes. When I stepped into this role as principal, I knew there was an urgent need to improve outcomes for our students. The prior principal had been a mid-year replacement. The campus struggled to find its footing for 2.5 years. During that time, several of the systems and structures that had been in place prior to the pandemic were no longer consistently implemented, requiring us to rebuild a strong and aligned foundation across the campus. Each year, there was a turnover of nearly half of the teaching staff. As a result, academics fluctuated greatly from year to year. In 2022, the elementary school was a B. In 2023, it dropped to a D. In 2024, it improved to a C. When I was hired as principal, I had an entirely new leadership team. In addition to me as a new first-year principal, I had a new assistant principal and a dean of academics. Additionally, over half of our teaching staff were new hires, with many of the weighted testing grades 3rd through 5th being first-year teachers. These circumstances led to challenges in instructional effectiveness, classroom management, and consistency. Despite initially stable benchmark data, classroom observation revealed gaps in instructional quality, and increased academic and behavior concerns emerged beginning in the second quarter. This resulted in mid-year staffing changes. Additionally, we had a high rate of teacher absences, which disrupted daily instruction for 141 4th and 5th grade students for more than half of the school year. Combined with ongoing truancy concerns, this instructional instability significantly impacted both students' proficiency and growth, ultimately contributing to our F letter grade. This year, we approached our improvement work with greater focus, urgency, and consistency. Our plan was rooted in a clear understanding of our data and the factors that impacted our performances. We are strengthening leadership through weekly administrative meetings, ongoing training with the Arizona Department of Education. In addition, we have significantly improved teacher retention from 38% in 2024 to 78% this year, we implemented a more strategic, systematic approach to hiring and onboarding, ensuring we bring in and support highly qualified teachers who align to our mission. At the core of our work are strong professional learning communities, supported by a regional academic director and an external consultant to ensure instruction is consistently data-driven. We've also added an instructional coach to provide daily job-embedded support for teachers, and we've implemented a structured walkthrough system to identify needs and target professional development. Additionally, we are partnering with EL and math consultants to work side by side with teachers, modeling, refining instructional practices. Our campus currently has 16 languages other than English spoken by our students. Making an emphasis on reading and writing is critically important area for instructional focus. For our students, this means more intentional and targeted instruction every day, including designated support for English learners delivered by SEI-endorsed teachers and a strong focus on explicit evidence-based practices in both reading and math. To closely monitor progress, we utilize curriculum-based measurements, standard-based assessments aligned with instruction, and quarterly benchmark assessments. Based on our current predicted data, we see a positive trajectory across the school. Grade 3 reading proficiency is projected to increase by over 10%, with a reduction in the minimal proficiency students, highlighting the strength of our K-2 literacy foundation. In grade 3 through 5, reading proficiency is expected to increase by 5 to 8%, while math proficiency shows significant growth, rising from an average of 10% to 24%. At the middle school level, math proficiency is increasing, and while we saw some mid-year dips in the reading in grades 6 and 7, we responded quickly with targeted instructional adjustments and the addition of 2 highly effective teachers. We are confident these actions will result in improved end-of-year outcomes. Additionally, 8th grade is projected to increase the percentage of students achieving highly proficient in math, which will positively impact our overall performance. In addition, we made intentional improvements to how we administer state testing this year. This year, we are limiting testing to one test per day at the beginning of the day in the morning when the students are most focused, rather than in the afternoon. We have also implemented student incentives to promote on-time attendance and to encourage students to put forth their best efforts. We are closely monitoring our progress through biweekly SOAR, School Overcoming to Achieve Results, meetings with our regional leadership where we analyze data, observe instruction, and adjust in real time. While last year's grade does not reflect where we want to be, we are not standing still. We have identified the root causes, built clear and strategic plans, and are committed to executing it with fidelity. We are confident that this focused approach will lead to meaningful academic growth and improved student outcomes for our students. So I'm here with several of our members from a regional team. So we have Clara Thigpen, which is our regional academic regional academic director. Daniel Hoffman and Steve Sarmento is our regional director. Brandon Dahl is our regional finance director. And online, we have Kathy Patton, which is our regional assessment coordinator, to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Okay, board members, do we have any questions? Well, no questions means you did a great job. Okay. And explained everything quite well. So thank you very much for that because the presentation was very thorough on everyone's parts, but particularly yours. So if there are no questions, then do we have a motion?
I'm ready to make one. I just want to make sure that I'm making the right motion.
That is always the question.
Well, if I make a mistake, Ashley, you can stop me. I move based on the information contained in the board materials and presented today to approve Cortez Park Charter Middle School Inc.'s hereinafter referred to as the charter holder request to add grades K through 5 to the contract, increase the enrollment cap to 1,000, and change the school name to Imagine Schools at Cortez Park for the contract of Cortez Park Charter Middle School Inc. The board member must, the board's approval. Yeah, yep. I'm making the motion. The board's approval of the aforementioned amendment request is conditioned on the charter holder's approval and execution of the amendment agreement included in today's board materials. If the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the amendment agreement included in today's board materials, or an executed copy of the amendment agreement along with governing board minutes approving the amendment agreement are not received by board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder's amendment requests approved by the board in today's meeting shall automatically be rescinded. Should the charter holder agree to the terms of the amendment agreement, the board further directs the board president to sign the surrender agreement presented in the materials today for the surrender of Pathfinder Charter School Foundation, a third party to the amendment agreement.
We have a relatively long motion. Do we have a second? It's not our longest, but second, Member Barr. All right. Can we get a roll call, please?
Vice President Close.
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller.
Aye.
Miss Barr.
Aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Miss Foster.
Aye.
Miss Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Snyder.
Aye.
Mr. Stratton.
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
Aye.
President Montier.
Aye, congratulations. We're looking forward to seeing what you can do.
Thank you. Appreciate the
Thank you.
support.
Yeah, we can clap. Let's get excited. All right. And we are moving on to agenda item I-4. Are we moving? Okay. I'll speak really slowly. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item I-4, Southern Arizona Community Academy, change in charter control, and we're shifting it back to Rachel.
A charter holder's contract states that neither party may assign or transfer any rights or interests under the charter unless permitted by law. It also prohibits the charter holder from assigning, transferring, or delegating any duties without prior written approval from the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools. Therefore, if a charter holder plans to transfer its contract to a new entity or to new individuals representing the existing entity, it must submit a change in charter control amendment request. In May of 2025, board staff became aware of a transition occurring with Southern Arizona Community Academy, Inc., an entity holding a contract with the board to operate 2 schools, Southern Arizona Community High School and Saca Online, also known as the schools. At that time, the charter holder was made aware of the requirement to submit a change in charter control amendment request. Therefore, the charter holder has submitted a request to change the control of the charter holder for the board's consideration. The submission states that Southern Arizona Community Academy, Inc. will remain the charter holder entity and that the individuals in control of the entity are changing from the current governance to new governance as indicated in the executive summary. The transition plan timeline indicates that if approved by the board, the change will take effect July 1, 2026. For your consideration, detailed information about this transition is included in the board materials, including the submitted materials, a summary of the plans presented in the materials, a summary of the interview conducted with individuals representing both sides of this transition, and additional information about the entities that the individuals representing the successor are affiliated with. I'm available for questions should you have any.
Does anyone have any questions for Rachel? All right, if there are no questions, we have representatives from the charter. Yes. Come on down. Good afternoon. Please make sure you push the microphone button. Great. Thank you so much.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Abelardo Cubillas. My friends call me Lalo. I'm one of the founders of Southern Arizona Community Academy. With me is my wife, Terry. She's also one of the founders. And one of our daughters also helped us start the school from the very beginning. Well, we wanted to give you some background information about the change in charter control amendment. As the materials prepared by the board staff indicate, we entered into a sale agreement with Graduation Solutions in the spring of 2024 to transfer the school and the charter contract to them. Terry and I were ready to retire after more than 55 years in the business of education. But we strongly felt that we wanted the school to continue to serve the alternative student population that we worked for so many years. Grad Solutions indicated that they would continue to serve that population of students. And not only that they would help us build the student enrollment in the school. And therefore, we decided to transfer the school to them as their mission was aligned to our mission, to our vision. At the time that we entered into the agreement, we did not know that we had to file an amendment request with the board. Our lawyer at the time and this gentleman have been with us from the very beginning, and we had no reason not to trust them. Simply told us that all we had to do is just start changing governing board members over time. And based on that incorrect advice, we started the work of transferring the school to Grad Solutions, including taking steps to add new board members, including Jim Lee. The agreement that we entered into Grad Solutions required that we cooperate with them in transferring the school's operation to them. So we did that and got them involved in some of the school's operational issues. And this is not an excuse, we're just telling you what simply transpired. Then about a year later, we were contacted by board staff who informed us that we could not just change board members over time, but instead needed to file an amendment request to change control of the school. We consulted with our current legal counsel who confirmed that we needed to do that. We were instructed to stop transition process until the board had approved the change. We never hid anything from the board staff, but told them exactly what had happened and provided them with all the information that they requested. We stopped all work to change the board members, including not follow through with adding Jim Lee to the school's governing board at the time, although we had previously added him as director with the Arizona Corporation Commission. We removed his name at that point. We also withdrew our request to this board to add him to the school's governing board. We understood that we needed to have this board approval to take any additional steps toward transferring control of the school. In essence, we began to tread water at that point, keeping the school operating, but not doing anything to continue to transfer ownership of the school to Grad Solutions, pending this board's consideration of our amendment request. We acknowledge that there are questions about communication challenges between Grad Solutions and us. We did not initially have some communication from the board staff with Grad Solutions, not because we were being difficult or trying to avoid passing information to Grad Solutions. We just felt that, and we were not certain that we could do so. That was the main thing. We did not want to seem to be ignoring the board's authority by involving Grad Solutions further in the school's operation. As noted in the interview with the board, Grad Solution has been involved in the school's attendance reporting system. There have been challenges with the transition, and Grad Solutions has been working with the school, although there continues to be a lot of work that needs to be done to ensure that reporting to the state is accurate and timely. We are committed to working with Grad Solutions to make this happen as quickly as possible. We are also committed to working with Grad Solutions to take whatever steps we need to complete the transition if you approve this amendment request. This school has been our lives, and we want it to continue. We have never intentionally done anything to jeopardize it or Grad Solutions operation of the school, nor will we. We ask that you approve this change of charter control amendment request. We know that you will have questions of Grad Solutions, and by the way, the representatives are online. We believe that they are prepared to give you the information you need to resolve any concerns. We thank you for your time and consideration of our request. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board members, do you have questions for the representative? Think you're making eye contact. All right, Member Jones.
President Montiel, board members, and thank you so much for being here. I know your passion and dedication. You've been part of the alternative school landscape for many, many years. So I understand that. And, you know, what I'm curious is when last spring or, you know, when you were at that point where you decided you were going to retire, and, you know, pass on the charter or have options, you know, how did that come about? Like, how did you find out about your options, or who approached you, and kind of how did that all come about?
Well, it's a long story, but we were very excited about building a new campus, and we had secured $10 million of industrial bonds to build a new school, and we were going to have a baseball and softball academy. We felt that was going to draw, especially in Tucson. Make a long story short, the city of Tucson did not give us the water that we needed. We found another property that had a well, and there was enough water there to do whatever we wanted. But then the archaeological reports came. They found all kinds of artifacts that, according to the architect and the general contractor that we had selected, it would take 5 years to build whatever we were planning, because we had to have a representative from the archaeological department every time we dug something. Well, the other location, we found another location, and I did all that research because some of these properties were not listed, and believe it or not, the last property we found, 40 acres, were owned by a vegetable grower in Sinaloa, Mexico. And I was able to contact him, and he agreed to sell. So that was very good. But again, the city would not allow us, would not give us the water, even though there was an 8-inch main water going right to the property. We approached the Marana School District, or the Marana City of Marana, and they agreed. So we'll give you the water, but you have to wait until Cortero Road is finished. They were repairing the road, making it bigger, and otherwise the county will give us a bill. So we have to wait until they finish. So then again, there's another 2 years. Making a long story short, and
The next one.
Hmm?
Go to the last one.
yeah, I said, well, if we can build from the ground up, let's find a building that already has what we need. And we did. We found a beautiful building. Again, I'm very proud of the fact that it was listed at 7.5 million and I put it in escrow at 2.1. Complications there. It was part of one of Tucson's biggest developers found out what we were doing, and they wanted more money now for the property. And make a long story short, while we were dealing with that, the Marana School District bought the building from under us. And they didn't want a charter high school there. The building sat vacant there for 3 years. And I think this year they opened an academy similar to what we wanted to do in there, because that had been a medical building, had everything inside already.
So
Rejected.
yeah, so was this part of the reason why you decided to retire and
Well,
move,
after you work
move
so
on?
hard,
Yeah.
and it was just like knocking the wind from under you.
So that was part of the
That was part of the
discussion. And
reason.
so once you made that decision, did you try to approach people, or did people, how did it look to kind
Well,
of find somebody who was going to take over try to be a new owner for your current school?
Before that, I got a phone call from
Yeah.
somebody in Phoenix asking if I wanted to sell the school, and I never thought about it. And especially when we were working so hard to try to get that new building going with baseball and softball academies. And I just put it to the side. And then after what happened, that we couldn't get that going, then another call came. It was one of the charter schools here in the Phoenix area. And we talked to them closely. And then also someone from Grad Solution approached us. And we decided to go with Grad Solution.
Okay. Yeah. And that we appreciate the story and the foundation of where, everything started. And I think it's just good to know kind of where the conversation started, because it's been a while, right, since the initial conversation you had. So I just wanted to get a clarifying question about that. And then I think the only other questions I have are possibly for the other chart, the Grad Solutions, other representative, which I don't know if they're on the line or they'd like to.
My understanding is they're on virtually. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah. Jim,
Yes.
there we go. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Jim, can you unmute, please? Great.
Yes.
All right. Go for it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jim, for being here. I just have a couple questions. So and it really has to do with everything, kind of alternative school, alternative community, and how that looks. So, in your, it sounds like you've been working with, SACA for at least a year now. Sounds like you've had the opportunity to know their operations. So how are you, involved with the alternative application process and alternative application framework, school accountability, and all of the self-reporting metrics that need to be submitted? How are you feeling about the deadlines and all those things that are part of that?
We're comfortable with it. I mean, we have a good team of support internally, and Dan Malant is on here as well. He's been the one that's mainly been working with the amendment process and all of the required documentation. And then Ann Ortiz is also on, and she represents the CPA firm that does the financial aspects of the school and currently works with Lalo and the team over there. So they're both here to answer any specific questions that would be, up their areas of expertise beyond anything that I could answer.
Okay, thank you. So have you had good communication and coordination with the alternative school application process? Because the process did change a little bit this year. So I just checking in on that process right now.
Yeah, it did. It's changed. I know that we've been made aware of that, and through the process, it certainly is not simplistic, but it's been something that with legal counsel and Lalo and Terry, and then Ann and Dan and all the stakeholders that have worked together, it's been, a process that we've been able to at least work through and navigate fairly well. We're new to this. We've worked in other arenas with charters in the dropout recovery side of education and alternative schools, but this process has been a little different. And so we're just trying to adhere to the requirements and make sure that we're providing the information that you all need to make an informed decision and understand where we're coming from when we're answering the questions and why we wanted to be involved with SACA to begin with, and how we can support their ongoing efforts and the legacy that's been established, continuing that going forward.
Okay, thank you. One follow-up. So the intent is to apply for alternative school status for the brick and mortar, and then apply for alternative school status for the online school. So the two schools under the charter.
I believe they both are already alternative schools, so we'd want to.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But that's the intent, is to do that application for both schools, correct?
Yes, as far as I don't know any reason why we wouldn't want to continue that. That's the market we want to continue to serve.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Member Jones and Mr. Lee, the online school is not currently listed as an alternative school with the Arizona Department of Education and has not received an alt letter grade for the last several years, as I am aware.
Okay, I was not aware of that. Thank you for sharing that.
Okay, no follow-up from me. Thank you.
Any other board members' questions, either for current or potentially future charter holders? Yeah. All right, go for it.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. It's nice to see y'all. Quick question, Jim, probably this would be for you. I know the current charter holders had said they didn't have experience in this process, so they were unfamiliar with the need to kind of go through the charter board for approval. Have you assumed other charter, like have you gone through this experience before, or would you have context for those processes?
No, we were relying on SACA to be informed with their legal counsel as to the proper steps. We've only been working in the dropout recovery world as far as that goes, and we have partnerships with charters and district schools, so we've never had the need to go through the process for any kind of an amendment of, taking over a charter. We've looked into, initially we were told by the council, I think Mr. Gabias referenced that his initial counsel had said we needed to get onto the board. And so we went through the process of applying for myself to be included in the board and get involved with the school from that perspective. And then I guess the process at that point had been changed, or that's when the board became involved and notified that there were processes that we needed to consider that were beyond just being added to the board. So it kind of changed the whole, I guess, scenery of what we thought was going to happen. We thought it was getting on the board, getting more familiarized with all the processes and everything board related, and then start the process of, whatever it would look like to amend or change from that point. But it was abruptly changed when the board was involved and just said that adding me wouldn't be the right move. It would be more of a transition of the entity to the new charter holders. And so that's when we went out and, were able to find out more information. The proper now process of going through this as we're doing today. And we've tried to adhere. And like I said, we've tried to do everything that we can on our end to make sure we're doing things the right way. This is all very new to us as well.
Okay, thank you for speaking to that.
You're welcome.
Member Foster.
I'm just curious, what is the communication plan to the families about this potential change?
Right now, the families haven't been notified. Some families know because they're there at the school all the time. But we haven't sent any formal notice out. Hoping for the result of this process to do so.
Thank you.
The families currently are very happy about how things are going at school. As part of the teacher evaluation, I just conducted surveys with the families and with the students, and the results that came back were very positive. The other thing is that the number of people that responded, because we have a very dedicated academic advisor who has drawn in all of these families. So they're feeling very strong about the school and their students' education right now.
Yeah, Member Barr.
A couple questions. So just to follow up on that, you're saying the families are very happy right now with the teachers and everything that's going on. Is this part with what were asked about and what they're happy with? Is it under your leadership, or are you saying that other people from Grad Solutions has come in and started providing this, and that's what the parents are liking?
I'm saying that we have been including Grad Solutions and going along as we're moving along and making decisions. And the students, it isn't, let me back up a little bit. The survey that I used would have no indication of saying that there's some other entity. I used the one straight out of the state and the Charlotte Danielson model to get results. So what I am hopefully trying to answer your question is the students and their families right now are feeling very positive about what's going on in their education. Or did I misunderstand your question? Oh, no, I think I was going for hers too, but yeah, they don't know that the students and the families, unless there has been no announcement of anything like that. And so it's just been going along as it always has.
So just to clarify,
I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate the information. Thank you. They're happy with the current situation and they have no indication that that situation might be changed in the future.
Right.
Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure I was understanding. My follow-up question to that is, I mean, it sounds, I know very little about your organization beyond what I've read in here, but hearing you come in and speak with such passion about your school, and it doesn't sound like the Grad Solutions Group has really been involved, with the changeover and everything. So, do you think that your families are going to react positively to having the word that comes to mind is outsiders. I don't mean that in a negative connotation, but people who don't know them, don't know the families. Do you think that they're going to react positively to that? Or are they going to say, you've been so involved in the school and we like having you there, but we don't know these people?
Well, the main carryover is Cindy. Cindy was there day one. She has devoted 26 years of her young life. Sorry, I don't usually get.
It's okay.
So she has dedicated so much of her life, and she took over a new role this year, and she has been doing administration and her continued attendance and all of that duties that she's been doing. The same office staff, the same teachers. We have one new teacher are there, and so it has. If I don't think there's any plans for change of those people, so I think that atmosphere where those kids feel so loved and encouraged, and lives changed will continue because of the people who are still working there. Plus, with what Jim and Dan are bringing and planning to bring as they have more opportunity, because we just kind of stop here and let's wait and see how things continue or moving forward before we've made any announcement.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question for Mr. Lee. I know investing in a new, company, new school and such. You say that there was a lot of information that you just weren't aware of. So have you reached out to board staff or to the Charter Association? What sort of entities have you reached out for assistance in this process?
And Dan can speak to anything that's beyond my purview, but we've mainly worked with SACA, the financial team over there, which is Ms. Ortiz, as well as their organization, and then any of the legal counsel that Lalo and his team has directed us towards. So we've just followed the process that has been laid out for us, and then Ashley and the board administration and staff, when they did the interviews and as they have requested any documentation or anything from us, we've tried to comply and just, obviously support anything that we need to help you guys make this decision. I would, just to comment and piggyback on the prior question, we've been working alongside of SACA for the last year and intentionally staying behind the kind of under the radar and behind the scenes, because the intention was for us to support the endeavor and everything that they were doing when the time came. If the transition was approved, we wanted them to see, from a student perspective and family perspective, that the operations were going as well as they could possibly go, and as business as usual, if you will. And so that they wouldn't see anything necessarily dramatic as far as their daily schooling, other than improvements. Like we went in and updated their technological side of the school. We went in and brought in new equipment, updates to their Wi-Fi for the students that are working on the computers. We brought in new laptops and Chromebooks. And so we helped them with the technology aspects of the school. And so there's been improvements in operations of the school with support, but we're trying to do all of that behind the scenes so that, we don't obviously raise any eyebrows in the wrong way because this hasn't gone through the approval process. And we're trying to help put our best foot forward and set them up for ongoing success. So
Okay, so just to follow up with my initial question to you,
Mhm.
you did not get your own counsel. You did not reach out to any of the resources available. You just decided to rely on the current ownership at SACA to know the process and know everything that needs to happen with
Now
potential changeover?
we have our own legal counsel, but the process from the charter school board, the administration, and they pointed us in the direction with all the forms that need to be completed. And once we are made aware of the process, we've just gone through the process as
Okay, so when the board staff reached out to you, that was the first contact or anything that you had with the charter board? Is that correct?
We've had contact with the charter board over the years, working with other charters. So I know, Ashley, we've had conversations regarding other schools and,
Okay, I'm just focusing on this one school right now, but
yeah,
thank
no,
you.
we have, but no, and we were, we know that we're not allowed to speak with the board regarding specifics with any school that we choose to unless we have obviously authority and have been given that approval through them, which they're not going to release obviously private information to me or anyone else regarding SACA or any other school. So once we went through the formal process, then we've been able to have that dialogue with the board, the administration, and go through that process with them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think Member Swanson, you have a question, and then Dr. Crockett, you have a question after that. Is that correct? Or was your question answered? Okay, all right.
Hi, and thank you for your passion and commitment to education. This is sort of the third one of these we've seen today. And it seems like, to me, it's very bumpy. Reading the materials in the book and the summary of the interview, I just don't have a real good, warm, fuzzy feeling that both parties are on the same page with everything. And it's really hard for me to understand. I don't know what the solution is. And I think that this board and the staff and the association needs to think about, as our charter movement matures, so do the charter operators. And we need to have a way to make these transitions happen. But I just am not really comfortable with how this has come together, and maybe it's just not ready. And you need more time to work with Graduate Solutions to kind of get on the same page. I'm not sure, but I just don't feel good with where we're at and that we're going to have a good running model once this is done right now. I'm not, and I don't know if there's a question in there or something you want to address, but that's how I feel.
Well, a lot of it, I think, is because I was under the impression that I could not continue with the process and stop sending information and communicating with Grad Solutions. And I think that's all of a sudden it just stopped. And it stopped because I put a stop to it. Maybe I think that's the gap that we're seeing in communication.
Okay.
It was so important to us to rectify that we had followed advice that wasn't accurate, and that's not really who we are. So if you guys say, hold it, that's what we did.
Dr. Crockett, you had a question or?
Just a follow-up, I think,
Okay.
to what others have asked, and that is, I understand that you're trying to not do anything until this is all approved.
Right.
The transition is approved, but surely you must have given some thought to how you will notify your parents of this transition. So what is that? What is the plan?
My idea is the SACA for big events or new things, new year or whatever. We have a big barbecue picnic at the school, and the families come and they bring all of their families, I mean, grandparents, kids, little kids, and it becomes a great big family thing. So I think it would probably be a personal thing from us to them to say, here's, here's what's happening. Here's we feel comfortable that what we leave here is going to stay here. And so your students will have the same education. They'll have because we know so well. Well, of course, our daughter, but there's several really important people on our staff that create this atmosphere. It's, it's like we're replicating it. And so I feel very comfortable with them. So I would do it in a very personal way. First, I would just send home a paper and say, okay, guys, we're out of here. It would be from us, from Cindy and the staff, and have them come, and then have Jim and his staff come and be there to meet them. So it would be not just an announcement.
Thank you.
You have a question? Okay, sounds like we have one more question. Yes?
Yes.
Okay,
Please.
all right.
I don't know, this might actually be for board staff, or it could be for the new potential charter holders, but I noticed that under corporate board members, we have 2 named and we have an unnamed. Is this because you haven't filled it yet? Or you're not sure who that third party would be? Can anyone speak to that? Microphone.
Make sure you turn your microphone.
Yeah, I see
Sorry.
the James would be on it, Sherry, and then it says an unnamed individual on the new corporate board.
Would be their decision of who they would add. And Jim, do you want to share your other ideas about the board?
We were just looking at adding either a parent that had been in support of the school or a community member that would have a desire to serve in that capacity. So we were leaving it open because we wanted to wait until the board made a decision, and then we wanted to wait till we were able to announce that we were looking for a board member in the area, and talk to the current population there with the student body and the parents and families, and see if any of them would have an interest in joining the board, or if they would recommend a community member that would be a good fit for the board. And that was part of I think that was part of the plan of transitioning as well. We wanted to let them know that we were still open to filling a vacancy on the board, so somebody would be involved at that level from a parent standpoint or a community member, and would be able to represent that aspect of the school well and be involved, so that they wouldn't feel like we're just coming in as a corporation taking over their beloved local school, and then they don't know anybody involved, and they don't know me. They would have to get to know me, and they'd have to get to know our staff and the support system that we're going to provide. But we wanted to give them an opportunity to be more involved on a very direct basis by attending and being involved in the board. And trying to transition this, with the question that was asked before, and I know the gentleman brought up as well, there's been some discussion on transition and all of what that looks like, but we've really tried to be sensitive to the board's requirements and not get ourselves ahead of the game. We already have a marketing plan. We already have sales and marketing. We have our teams that we do this on a much grander scale in other capacities. So we have the ability to step in and adjust the marketing. We already have programs in place that we haven't rolled out because until we have control with the charter, it's inappropriate for us to start that process. And Lalo hasn't been comfortable, and we don't want to insert ourselves in that capacity until we have the legal capacity to do it. So we do have plans in place to transition the school well, transition it in a healthy manner, provide the necessary changes to the community that they'll see a benefit with us coming in. We have a lot of resources and things we bring, but we've also wanted to make sure we did it through the proper process that has been laid out before us. So that's a bit of a longer answer, but that was the intent.
Member Miller, as the individual who processed this request, just to clarify on your question. So the submission indicates that after the transition, the board would be comprised of Mr. Lee, Ms. Wallace, who is currently on the board, and then an unnamed individual to be added later. Additionally, on page 2, I did provide some additional information here that the narrative also includes the statement that charter principals may be added or removed from the board in the future in the regular course of business, which is standard. But I think it's important to also call out that in the sale agreement that we do have, it does indicate at the closing of the transaction, sellers shall cause 2 members of the corporation's current board of directors, which would be these 2, to resign from the board and be replaced by 2 new directors. But it also goes through and says at any time following closing at buyer's election, sellers shall cause additional directors to resign and be replaced. And no current director will remain on the board more than 12 months after closing unless agreed upon by director and buyer. So there is a lot of confusion in this submission as to what that board composition will be ultimately after the transition. I just wanted to add that because it's not clear in the materials.
Thank you.
And it looks like we have a question from Member Jones.
Thank you, President Monteith, board members. Mr. Lee, this goes back some questions for you. I'm really struggling with a few things. So I'm just going to kind of narrow my focus back on a couple things. So when I think of alternative schools, I think of the alternative school landscape. I know Grad Solutions has been part of that landscape and working with charter schools in the past that ran dropout recovery programs. And part of that requirement is that those schools submit they have to submit for an alternative school application. They have to have alternative school status prior to actually or having a DRP, whether they have that status or whether they have a dropout recovery program. It kind of goes hand in hand. You have to do it. So it seems to me that there would have been knowledge, or there is knowledge out there of what does the whole alternative school application, deadlines, accountability, the research based on there's 2 schools associated with SACA that is a brick and mortar and an online. The online is not an alternative school, doesn't have alternative school status. I'm struggling to understand kind of how, we're in the position we are now. I understand that if there was a sale agreement and that's already been executed, that the head of operations or the head of school, Cindy, who has been part of the alternative school world for many years, is she employed by SACA, employed by you? How did that look like in a sale agreement? And were the discussions about alternative school, being an alternative school, I can't imagine wasn't part of the discussion originally. So just help me understand it because I'm still struggling.
Well, that's fair. No, Cindy in the original agreement and ongoing was always intended to stay, as well as the current staff that elected to stay. And they've all stayed. There was I think one teacher that left and was replaced, and that was all done through Lalo and their team. But our intent was to keep as many of the current staff there and to continue the business as usual. Cindy is one of the linchpins. We originally had agreed to a 5-year agreement for her to stay for the 5 years minimum. And that would be up to her, obviously, and us going beyond that. But that was the intent, was to continue and have that stability from a leadership perspective, from a family perspective that's been established. She's been there since day one. So her presence would be very assuring to the existing staff and students and the families that there would be a continuation of what's been established all these years. So that was the intent. The alternative school process is something we do every year. It's been something we've done for the decade plus we've been doing this. So that's not news. I wasn't aware if the AOI was or was not. I knew SACA was, but we've not really worked much with the AOI component because we've been dealing with the brick and mortar aspects of the school. The AOI is the easier aspect of it because obviously we're not dealing with students necessarily in person, and attendance is done differently, and all those things are still being currently operated and done by SACA. We've just been a support, and again, not trying to interject ourselves. We're not getting any payment. We're not getting any funding. There's no EMO or ESP agreement in place with SACA because we want to go through this process and make sure that we, before we step into those waters, are allowed to have these conversations with the board and any parties that are relative to that. So we're trying to be sensitive to the process, and that's why we've just inserted things that we know would improve the school, like the technological aspects. We put together the marketing plans. We've worked closely with Ann and the financial aspects of it, but we don't have charter control. We don't have a say when it comes to being the charter rep. So Lalo and their team makes all of those decisions, and we just are here to support that until the board gives us an opportunity to step into that role and transition them away from that.
I
think that
appreciate the
answers your question.
response. Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. And in the board materials, I just want to make sure, just to verify, was there a narrative of any kind of 30, 60, 90-day transition or any specific details on that if this occurred?
No, no such documentation was provided.
Okay. So the idea is, Mr. Lee, is that it gets developed only based on the decision today is kind of how you were thinking about it?
Well, the marketing plan has all been developed, and then we were relying on, like Terry said, she thought that the best way to do this would be more of a family approach through doing a barbecue, doing more of the events that they've consistently done over the years, to doing a formal announcement, bring the parties together, all stakeholders, parents, students, and then both staff representatives to the event, and then do more of a formal rollout with them of what that would look like. We always do back to school type events well ahead of school, so we would want to incorporate that as well at the same time. So my logic is if the board approves at this meeting within 30 days, we would want to schedule the time for the family to get together, something prior to the end of school, and then schedule our 60 to 90-day plan would be to do back to school events, do more of a marketing push, referral program from existing students and families, those types of things that we've already discussed on our end of how we would roll it out.
So so the focus is the transition of what you're just discussing is about students and families. I get that. But what about the operations? Where's the details in the actual operational plan, whether it's KPIs, measures, things that need to happen to make sure that the school is going to be able to be successful? I didn't see that in the narrative. I didn't hear a significant amount of details in the interview, but I want to make sure I'm not missing something. So I'm specifically thinking operations.
Yeah, I would defer the question to Dan because he's the one that's been working closely with Ann and Lalo and the team, and with even the charter board with compliance and any of the things that we've done from that aspect. He could be far more knowledgeable to communicate that and answer any questions you would have to that extent.
Yep. I can touch base. I think it's been said, by the way, Dan Malont, this is, like many of you, I've been in this game for a while. This is year 35, but I've only been my sixth year here in Arizona, leading a charter school for the last 5, a very, I think a very cool charter school in Goodyear, Arizona, named Valor. But to your point, the operational side of things, I've been meeting with Cindy since September, once a week. We would meet to go over the 3 kind of load-bearing walls that I could impact. As been stated before, Lalo has been clear that I need to stay out of any of the, not be too deep into the process as to give the appearance that we're the ones making decisions, not the appearance, but the reality that we're making decisions where we shouldn't be making decisions, but mostly shoring up the sides that we can help with, the kind of our strength as what we do as an organization, and my background in leadership and leading schools. And then along with Anne, she's been in those meetings. She's in every other week with us to talk the financial side of those. So those load-bearing walls really are staff. Is our staff solid? Are the parents happy? Are the financials good? And are the academics in place? So we can, with those are really the four topics we cover. Are, the financial side of things, are the bills being paid? In the transition, those logistics became who has control of the accounts and how are they being paid out? And Anne's been incredibly helpful, and she works well with Aspire, but she's been deep into those weeds, and our team in Grad Solutions been working that financial side, and we're at a good spot now. In that time, we were building out models like what does it take to become successful, meaning what keeps our heads above water? When can we say that we're thriving instead of just keeping up? And what's our ADM number need to be in order to be at a sustainable rate? That kind of thing. The other side, the academic side of it, is talking about the curriculum. What do we go with? But all those conversations, honestly, have been around, this is not a broken system. We don't need to fix a lot of things as far as we knew. And so looking at it, we're saying, okay, they've been applying for alt ed status every year, in February. So we know that is due. And so they'll continue to do that and keep those in place because we're not moving any staff out. So the actions they have in place is just about monitoring. So a lot of the logistics of the rollover just simply don't change in that way. It was most about shoring up and offering the support we could with the resources we had to bring to the table that they might not have.
Okay, thank you for answering those questions. I appreciate it.
And it looks like we have another question from Member Swanson.
Thank you, President Montier. This is probably for staff. In the materials in the board book, there was a section on compliance and governance and related to attendance, and that there's some lack of clarity on how attendance has been kept and maintained. What is this current status of that situation, and what, if anything, will have to be done going backwards to fix it, or what's the status if you have one?
So just to give some background on the attendance issues that have been going on, attendance reporting and the accuracy of the reporting has been a concern of board staff for this charter for quite some time. And I did submit a letter of concern to the charter back in January, indicating that I had concerns with the attendance reporting and the information that we had available to us at that time, based on multiple site visits that we had done in which we counted students and we looked at reports. This was brought up during the interview with the transition team, Jim Lee and Dan, along with the representatives from SACA, because there was a conversation about involvement in attendance and problem solving and providing support to the school. So in addition to that, as consistent with our practices, if we are aware of a concern, we do send out a team, which is our specialized accountability team, to do additional reviews to get additional information and more updated information. So that team went out, I want to say 2 weeks ago after this interview, and there was concern at that point too about the attendance reporting. And so where we are at right now is that board staff does still have concern with the attendance reporting that is occurring at the school. And we'll continue to look into that issue and put them in our processes that we have for compliance.
Thank you.
Any other questions or feedback? Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you turn on your microphone.
Cindy has been had that responsibility for many years. She has used the ITM model starting about, I believe that I've stayed out of it. I've just, and she goes over and above, tried to make sure she could capture any time that student is working. So she's looking at multiple sources of data and then putting it together. It's really very time consuming. It seems that I am not the wise person here. What I have watched and observed is someone who has encountered any difficulty that could happen with a program that has something to do with attendance has happened, and she agonizes over that. She has, when she decided that she would take on extra duties this year, part of the discussion was that she would get help to do that process.
Well, see, we went from schoolmaster to Tyler Says to Power School. And the problem is that they were never set up correctly or set up in a timely manner.
To fit
And yeah, so that created a big headache for Cindy trying to figure out that. And the person that could help with that is someone that is a full-time employee in the Vail School District. And this lady can help Cindy, of course, when she has time to do so. So that is the reason why it has created so many problems. But that's one of the things that we need to take care of right away.
Our suggested solution of this is Cindy has been out on medical leave for 6 weeks. I have stepped back in and retired a couple of years ago. I've stepped back in and been taking care of the daily administrative duties. Her doctor has released her to come back for part-time work. She'd like to suggest 3 days a week she would work from home, or that way she has no interruptions of what goes on in it's a small school. So anything going on is going on, excuse me, in front of her office or her door. And then 2 days a week, Wednesday and Friday, she would come in. We'll take my old office and because it is a more private place where she would work in there. And we need to get her help to do the data, help with taking care of the data. So I haven't had a chance to talk with Jim or Dan. This has kind of happened over the weekend. She did contact Grad Solutions yesterday she needs to get the paperwork because of the type of leave that she's on. So we've never been Hannah, we have never been slack and tried to not meet the responsibilities of what we're doing. Neither has Cindy. I think if it might have been approached in a different way where you guys could talk with her and that it would have, you might understand. And it is not okay. We want it fixed. So does she desperately.
Thank you. And no one's saying that there's anything intentional here, but our framework clearly outlines operational, financial, and academic things that need to be done, need to be done right. We can't solve those problems here today, but I appreciate your comments. But thank you for the answer from staff.
Okay, if there are no additional questions or comments, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
All right.
Excuse me. First of all, I just want to thank all the parties for all of your work to improve the lives and education of our students. But I just think there are too many questions for me to comfortably move to approve a change in charter control today. As well as I just don't think we can leave the non-compliance unaddressed. So I'm going to make a motion that's going to address both of those. I move based on the information contained in the board materials and presented today to deny Southern Arizona Community Academy Inc.'s request to change the control of the charter holder entity for the contract of Southern Arizona Community Academy Inc. for the reason that a charter holder's contract prohibits the charter holder from assigning, transferring, or delegating any duties without prior written approval from the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools. Evidence exists that Southern Arizona Community Academy Inc. entered into a stock purchase and sale agreement that included transfer of, quote, operations, records, and personal property used in connection with the operation of the school, end quote, and began implementation of this agreement prior to requesting or receiving approval from the board. Consequently, the board directs board staff to mark the charter holder's operational dashboard as falls far below in area 2E obligations to the board for failing to timely submit the required amendment request for the board's prior consideration and consistent with the board's operational performance framework. The charter holder may be brought before the board at a future meeting for consideration of disciplinary action, including a notice of intent to revoke.
A motion's been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Ashley, can we get a roll call, please?
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Really do want the best for you all. I vote aye.
Ms. Barr,
I hope all the concerns that came up today can be rectified in the future and you can come back here again another time, but I vote aye.
Dr. Crockett,
And I echo Ms. Barr's comments. Aye.
Ms. Foster,
I agree. There's lots of concerns, but there's an opportunity to correct those. So please come back. I say aye.
Ms. Jones,
I echo the other board members. Opportunity does exist and there's, so aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye. Excuse me. Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye. Best of luck.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Monteith.
I echo the board members as well. I think there's just a lot of concern at the moment and a lot of confusion that needs to be fleshed out in order to move forward effectively. So I also vote aye.
We'll be in contact with you.
Thank you all very much for, that was long, I understand. So I appreciate all of the feedback. Okay. And we are moving forward with agenda item J, Primavera Virtual Academy. I am going to make a motion. I move that we enter into executive session for the purpose of receiving legal advice from the board's attorney concerning this item and for discussion or consultation with its attorney in order to consider the board's position and instruct its attorney regarding pending or contemplating legal action or litigation, or settlement discussions.
Second.
All right, Ashley, can we get a roll call?
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Monteith.
Aye.
Motion passes. For board members, we are going to meet in the executive session room. Mr. Stratton, we will place you in a room. You're already placed. And then all others will stay in here. Tim, I want to make sure that you're back on before we get started.
Yes, I'm back on and in the main room.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
I think we have everybody, yes?
We do.
All right, can we get a roll call first, please, Ashley?
Vice President Close,
Here.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Here.
Miss Barr,
Here.
Dr. Crockett,
Here.
Miss Foster,
Here.
Miss Jones,
Here.
Mr. Ruiz,
Here.
Mr. Snyder,
Here.
Mr. Stratton,
Here.
Mr. Swanson,
Here.
President Monteith.
Here.
Quorum.
All right, regarding item J, discussion and possible action regarding Primavera Virtual Academy, Inc., previously known as American Virtual Academy, notice of intent to revoke. I move to approve the agreement between Primavera Virtual Academy, Inc., formerly American Virtual Academy, and hereinafter referred to as the charter holder, and as discussed in executive session today, to resolve the matter concerning the revocation of the charter holder's charter, to rescind the board's motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke, and to authorize the board president to execute the agreement on behalf of the board. Motion's been made. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Oops, Member Jones. Can we get a roll call?
Vice President Close.
So we're voting now. I do have a comment to make. Just if you're not aware of it, my post-secondary educational background was in philosophy, divinity, and ethics. And there's a line that's been going through my head all the time regarding this board. And it's, there are those among us who are still willing to suffer and struggle greatly for holy ideal ends. And I really feel that that's representative of this board, the sitting members, and of the staff of the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools. Unfortunately, holy ideal ends are often compromised by practical reality. So that's all I'm going to say. I want to thank you all for your sincere thoughts and actions. Everyone's, like I said, the sitting board members and the staff. But having said that, I vote aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Miss Barr,
I am aware of the situation. I'm aware of ramifications. And being part of this process over the last year has certainly made me think about things. And after teaching history in a charter school system for over a decade now, all I could came to my mind when going over this was Jeanette Rankin. And so I'm going to channel her today and say no.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Miss Foster,
Aye.
Miss Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
No.
Mr. Swanson.
Before I vote, I'd like to say a few things about where we are today in the process that got us here. I, together with my board members, volunteer on the charter board because we all care deeply about public education and the need for us to support high-quality schools and Arizona students and teachers. That is a responsibility that all of us on this board share. However, it seems like more and more often, and especially as it relates to the case before us today, the kids have forgotten. In all honesty, this case should have been straightforward. Primavera was a traditional school that received a D-letter grade in FY 22, 23, and 24. Under this board's long-standing accountability framework, this can trigger revocation. The board acted within its authority to hold a school accountable for not delivering for students based on the information and data available at the time. On March 4th, 2025, State Superintendent of Public Instruction Tom Horn agreed with the board's action to issue a notice of intent to revoke Primavera's contract. He issued the following statement, quote, "My first priority is for all public schools is academic success. It is important that charters and districts alike are held accountable for the quality of education they provide. The board's action demonstrates that these are not just words, but actions. Primavera is being held accountable and losing its ability to operate because of poor academic results. End quote. 2 weeks later, on March 19th, 2025, the superintendent further confirmed the board's status and her decision-making process. Quote, the legislature chose to divide jurisdiction regarding charter schools between the Arizona Department of Education and the Charter Board. The current issue is within the jurisdiction of the Charter Board. I have no power or influence over that. If I were to try to influence it, the Charter Board would resent the trespass of their turf, and it would do more harm than good. End quote. Folks, that is where we stand today. After the revocation process began, things began to change, specifically with the Arizona Department of Education. The Arizona Department of Education, under the superintendent's direction, took the unprecedented step of going back years after the fact, reopening prior year data and allowing the school to submit new information. In the end, the superintendent and the department honored Primavera's request to be reclassified as an alternative school for all 3 fiscal years, 22, 23, and 24. Doing so resulted in the department indicating that instead of receiving 3 Ds, the school would have received 3 Cs. 3 C grades under the alternative model, a model specifically designed to support schools with a mission to serve our most vulnerable and at-risk youth. I am not aware of the department changing a school status or rerunning letter grades retroactively for any other school, but it is absolutely not how accountability should work, period. Doing this did not simply undermine the accountability process for all schools in the state, but it changed and undermined the foundation of this case and the board's action. At a basic level, transparency means information is accurate, that what is advertised is what is delivered, and that each student gets the education they were promised. It's those students that remain front and center for me. I believe the revocation actions taken by the department, the retroactive actions taken by the department and Superintendent Horn did a disservice to the families and the students who chose a school based on an understanding of the education model that they were choosing would be provided, not one that would be later changed. They're the saddest part of this whole situation. If I was one of those kids, I would want answers from the adults. I want to close by being very clear that I'm not being critical of alternative schools. All schools play a very important role in our education system, and many of them do great work. I want to thank my fellow board member, Binky Jones, for her work with these schools and her efforts to educate me about them. But I want to be clear about one more thing. If this settlement is approved today, which it looks like it will be, I believe it is merely because the facts were changed retroactively in a way that left this board without viable options going forward. This is deeply frustrating. But our responsibility now is to protect students going forward. That means holding this school accountable through the agreement in front of us and maintaining oversight. I will continue to fight for those kids, just as I will continue to fight for every Arizona student. These kids, in fact, every kid, deserves much better than the process that occurred in this situation. I appreciate your time. And with that said, I vote with the kids and I vote yes.
President Monteith.
I think it goes without saying that board members, all of our board members here and board staff appreciate what you had to say, Member Swanson, and agree with you wholeheartedly. And with that, I vote aye as well.
Motion passes.
Okay, moving on to agenda item K, summary of current events, future meeting dates, and items for future agendas.
I have nothing to report at this time.
Then we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.